He can't keep getting away with this stuff.
No, Mr. Krivis.
I'm an omnipotent deity. I created the entirety of the dimension of destiny. All the dwarves, the goblins, the elves, most of the beasts.
Yes, Mr. Krivis.
He's just a multi-universal, many-tentacled cosmic horror with a bad Cockney accent. He should be thanking me for letting you two stay here, but what's he doing?
Engaging in a slew of infantile practical jokes. What would drive even the most kind-hearted of all-powerful gods to unspeakable acts of karmic retribution.
No, you heard that.
You were not whispering at the time.
Well, no, I suppose not, but that's the 4th time this week he's put salt in the sugar pot.
You are very pacific about your tea.
Specific.
No.
I mean it, Gainsborough. One more bloody gaff and I'll snap.
Would now be a bad time to mention the industrial strength adhesive on your chair, then.
Gainsborough, be a dear and go get the acetone from the shed, would you?
Yes, Mr. Krivis.
Oh, and a shovel. There will be digging in our future. Kutam ilunu di zuamid. Welcome one and all to the foot of the mountain known colloquially as the Mirror of Destiny. A perpetually frozen precipice to the Antarctic south of the Dimension of Destiny. The world I created from scratch that we have watched thrive and grow over 38 years so far. Any newcomers to the channel can unclench. Mirrorgleam, which is the name of both this specific fortress and the series of videos as a whole, is part of a civilization hitherto untouched, and as such, knowledge of the 3 prior series is not required. Though maybe do check them out anyway, I hear they're pretty good. As to what the plan is for these specific 7 dwarves, well, that would be telling. But suffice it to say, I'm sure none of my intentions will bear fruit. Not least because it's many degrees below zero and even my plums have sklorped in sympathy. One thing I do plan to keep to for this series is a much closer delving into the minds of our dwarves, and to that end would like to begin by taking a look at Yorist Shoot Voices, our soon-to-be expedition leader. Once I've got the early fortress matter nonsense straightened out. He's got some competent social skills in leading, along with dabbling skills in all other social matters, which I think he gained by talking to the sheep, based on their efficacy. He's a competent writer, something I hope will translate into a library of some sort, and a critical thinker, musician, and chemist. These disparate traits stem from his time impersonating a bard as cover for his true identity as an infamous bootlegger of the highly dangerous narcotic known as Dwarven milk. Mountain Caller, as he's known behind the milk crates, is at Mirrorgleam trying to lay low after he lost his bottle during his last run. Things began to sour when some real curds got in the way, and his rise to the top was foiled. Let's hope his life of crime is truly behind him. The Mirror of Destiny is a harsh place to live. One wrong step and he'll be creamed. Moving on, this is Einod Armour Inks. A rather unfortunate individual as both the only female of the group and happening to bear uncanny resemblance to a young Nick Carter if he was stung by a bee. She is currently moling away as the only dwarf that knows which way up a pickaxe goes, but her skill set will have her acting more usually in a different capacity. A competent miner, yes, but adequate organizer. Don't look directly at her, lest her shining ability blind you. Then, of course, she does have the social skills required of the manager and broker we shall task her with being. Well, somebody needed to be able to outwit the sheep at least. Einod's being here is explainable by the fact that she has very quickly taken a lover. She followed Domas, who we shall get to next, when he had to lie low with Yorist. They're a sort of dwarven Bonnie and Clyde, but with aspirations to build a cozy homestead in the snow rather than to go on a masked looping rampage across the dimension of destiny. And here he is, preparing lavish meals with what little supplies the group managed to scrape together before the trip. Domas Roadrain, the cook, a somewhat grand designation given the complete lack of culinary expertise required to produce dwarven milk. He has taken it upon himself to lean into the moniker for Mirrorgleam, though, which is something of a falling knife due to the aforementioned tightness supplies-wise. A competent butcher, I'd rather not get into the details of why that was relevant, and an adequate cutter and setter of gems, these being skills he had back before his fatal meeting with Yorist. He's also a dabbler in the gift of the gab, as Snod would put it. Much like Yorist, I put this down to the sheep. Well, what with being on the lamb, they needed lookout, so the trip here was not overflowing with opportunity to chat. Something that should now be remedied.
Mr. Crevice?
Yes, Geesborough?
Sir Sodford, his sotist your prisk.
Oh, he is he?
Yes. Ist I ustestist it so too.
Wait. Oh, his goss. I thank the immortal blackness. Yes, I think he got the picture. A simple warping of reality so that N's are now S's and A's are now I's will play havoc on a creature with so many tentacles.
Yeah. Remind me not to get on your bad side.
Moses Inkglide is next, the first in our second group of dwarves, the ones not directly related to the procurement and distribution of dwarven aphrodisiacs. You see him currently in his main Mirrorgleam position of farmer, but he is a very adequate doctor and will be the single resident sawbones until we gather enough citizens for a small hospital. For now, with the starting fortress all dug out and the majority of workshops placed, he will join the others in the lackluster temple to all gods we shoved in between the dormitory and the dining hall. Moses and our yet-to-be-mentioned Aston Shem will provide the legitimacy that our erstwhile runners need to lay low. As to their own reasons for joining, Moses at least has always liked the snow. Before we move to Moses' friends, we'll take a look at the last of the Milkmen. This here is Adil Glazeposts, a title he earned for himself by being adept at greasing the pole behind him as he climbs. He's a snake in the grass, a pebble in the shoe of society, a hoodwinker and downright dirty dealer. The others don't know it, but it was his adequate record-keeping that led to them being nearly caught back at the mountain home. He'll be taking up the position of tavern keeper eventually, but for now the dwarves have seen fit to allow him to be their brewer. He's got a tongue of solid silver, I'm telling you, though I can see through him like greasy paper. I think they're safe enough while the heat is off, but we'll have to watch him for twitchy movements when we start getting migrants that could be undercover guards. Hard to see what he could add to the mildly alcoholic plump helmet squeezings to make them worse, though. And yes, you saw the beginnings of a dehydration disaster, but it's all fixed now. Adil has jumped too, preparing drinks that'll put hair on our dwarves' palms. And this wasn't an attempted coup, just me banning the dwarves from using plump helmets to make drinks, rather than banning them from meals because we need the seeds. Always get those the wrong way round. And here you can see his social skills. They all read novice, but trust me, this dwarf is slippier than a buttered eel at a water park. We'll be watching you, Glazeposts. Phlegm, where is he? Ah, oi, bogbrush breath. What have you done now? Whatever do you mean, Snodford? I just got off the phone with my cousin Kesford, which is really strange, because as far as I'm aware, I don't have any aunts or uncles. That is strange. It gets weirder. See, it turns out that Kesford doesn't remember having any parents, though she does remember her own aunt, that being my mother. Very weird. Oh, give off! Did you erase my mum's sibling from existence as a prank? You added itching powder to my laundry detergent. Well, yeah, but that's a spot of harmless fun. Nobody ceases to be. Maybe not having an aunt will teach you to be less of a bloody nuisance. Bring her back. Make me... Ah! Dwarf number 6 is Arst Handlebold, our future master of all things that go clang. So far, all he's had to do is burn some of the logs we brought with us into charcoal, just in case we need some metal smelting in a jiffy. Being a straight-laced, lawful dwarf, his reasons for making the trek out into the frozen wastes could be considered more interesting, and as such, I think I'll be keeping them between myself and Mr. Handlebold for the time being. A dwarf of many talents, he is a surprisingly good dancer, and we will be utilizing his gazelle-like natural talents to entertain in the future. He's patient and cheerful, if a little austere, with good intuition, so I hope for his sake the milkmen don't draw too much unwanted attention. We're following Einod again, just briefly before we move on to Shem. What you're watching is a test of a rather ingenious way to rid dwarves of their unmet need to acquire an object. I initially made 2 single-tile stockpiles in the dormitory. The one on the left accepts bracelets from the crafts dwarf workshop. The one on the right accepts them from the one on the left. Then the larger one in the dining hall takes them from there. Once the dining hall has a good number of bracelets, I change the left dormitory stockpile from accepting from the workshop to accepting from the dining hall, and it closes the loop. Then we just let the dwarves go round and round and round, picking up and dropping off bracelets until they take a liking to one or two, then ban them from hauling and repeat. A slight issue has occurred where it appears no other dwarf has a chance to get at the task because Einod is letting the voices in her head run the show. But this might work out a little better. I'll know to check her first when we're a bracelet down and won't need to continuously follow her for months. I ended up following her for months. It was bloody hypnotic. Moving on to Shem, you'll just have to try and ignore Einod. Shem Oakfountain, our carpenter extraordinaire, who's been left twiddling his thumbs as there's more goats than trees on the slopes of the Mirror of Destiny. He is also an adequate mason, though that's a job most dwarves will turn their hand to eventually. His reasons for joining this expedition are sadly a little confused. He has hopes for the future of being a famous bard and kind of bought into Yorist's disguise a little too much. Yes, he's the unfortunate linchpin that connects our criminals and more upstanding members in the Lawful Three. Hopefully he isn't too disappointed when Yorist completely fails to regale the group with interesting tales and funny anecdotes. Who knows? Maybe it'll give him the push to entertain that he needs. I would hate for this to be a wasted trip for him. Oh, and look, it worked! There was one less bracelet in the loop, and checking Einod, we can see she has in fact picked the best one out to wear. Marvellous! Just 6 more to go. My me, this is going to be tedious. But not quite as tedious as this. I noted we were short of items for trade, which, considering we're also short of food and drink, is a situation that needs rectifying. To that end, I had Domas cut some of the gems we found and set the dwarves the task of encrusting some finished goods, hoping they'd see the limestone figurines Einod has begun to make. This they in fact did, but not before first encrusting this ordinary pigtail rope with bands of cushion smoky quartz cabochons. Mirrorgleam is now in ownership of the fanciest rope this side of the heliotrope walls, the mountain range the Mirror of Destiny is a part of. And that's the setup. Nothing too interesting has happened as of yet, but we've got some good dwarves, and if the caravans don't make it this autumn, we may have to find out if they taste good too. If this is the first episode you've stumbled across, then I would like to welcome you to Crumpet Sounds. You can expect another morsel of barely watchable dad jokes and ancient references in exactly 2 weeks. I still haven't missed a scheduled upload, and it's been almost a year and a half. Madness. To those well and truly sullied now, I say welcome back. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you like the new intro. And as always, thank you all for watching. You make this whole endeavour worthwhile. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon. Hello everyone, John here. I just wanted to add my welcome to Phlegms and give a little backstory to all this for anybody not currently in the know. I created Crumpet Sounds in June last year with aspirations of making it as a big YouTuber, but expectations sane enough to start with my awful laptop mic and only rudimentary knowledge of how to put a video together. I decided against using my own voice for probably obvious reasons, and after a slight false start, created Phlegm Crevice, an amalgamation of the voices I would put on for the wizards when I read Discworld novels to my kids. A deity with a heart of gold, short temper, and wit so dry his breath smells of camels. Very quickly I realised he needed a foil, and Snodford T. Hedgehog was born, bringing his colleague and friend Gainsborough Graham Prosciutto along for the ride. The three began to live together so I could have them interact more often without coming up with reasons as to why an eldritch horror, Snodford, and a rock troll, see another Terry Pratchett influence in Graham, would frequent the house of a god. And that's where you find them now. I've been doing this for 17 months. We're on Series 4 in our world, the Dimension of Destiny, and expecting everybody new to go back and catch up on the lore seemed a little much, so there's the basics. Now, I've only scratched the surface, but the old stuff's still there if you enjoyed this. Anyway, thanks for watching, and if you're one of the old guard, look how far we've come. Thank you.
Graham! Phlegm, he's eating the bleeding wall between our rooms.
He's done what?
Until you two make up. No wall.
Well, hang on.
And he threatened to bang our heads together.
Oh, damn. Okay, we'll be good.
I just feel Flemmo can be a bit uptight and will benefit from a little unwinding from time to time.
Yes, because it's so relaxing having to chip hardened dental cement off of all of my pillows.
I forgot I did that.
Do you see what I mean? He's got no respect for...
Remember, we are using I feel statements so as not to assign blame.
But I do blame him.
I feel very hurt by these accusatory comments.
You want to feel very hurt? I can give you feeling very hurt.
There is a lot of strong emotions in this room right now. I think perhaps it would be a good idea at this juncture if we did...
No, this is such a massive waste of time. I hardly think we'll fix his issues with an Armel Colide chair psychologist.
Tortured mineral pun. But I got to side with Crevice. Where'd you get off trying to couples cancel us?
I have all the relevant qualifications.
Give over. How's that?
I did them online. Incidentally, the same place where I was ordained. So stop playing silly buggers unless you want me to marry you both.
What one website would offer ordaining and counselling qualifications?
Marriagecounsellors.org?
Shut up, you.
I think maybe a break would be good. I've got to go water the gnomes anyway.
Yeah, I've got to go. Got to teach the kobolds how to cook. Wait, what? Not in my kitchen, you don't! Kutam ilunu di zuamid. Welcome one and all to the frozen hole in the side of a mountain that I've forced 7 dwarves to call home, that we all call Mirrorgleam. If you didn't catch episode 1, I would suggest you go back and take a look now, else how would you ever understand how we got to this illustrious point? I mean, we've got 5 limestone donuts and our animals are subsisting on the grass that grows on the inclines, because snow can't stay on them. Too slippery, obviously. Yes, say what you like about dwarves, they can't half get by on practically nothing. This will benefit them under my hand. Oh, the traders made it! I wasn't sure they would. Forget the arduous journey. Our capital of Canyon Humor has been reduced to double-digit population after its war with the elves. A war we are also a part of, ostensibly. Though I can't see those leaf-loving little lick-spittles dragging themselves across the heliotrope walls just to attack us. We're following Zuglar Sly Paddle, a new outpost liaison for us to meet and get used to. Zuglar is an adequate blacksmith. I guess it really is slim pickings at Canyon Humor. He's also rude and uncreative. What, was the village idiot busy? High stamina but slow to love. The dwarves write these themselves, don't they? Leporitis little sods. Well, it's time to talk shop anyway. The world is the same as ever. Well, give me chance. We're requesting seeds, meat, fish and plump helmets. Our little farm won't last forever, especially with me accidentally cooking seeds. And Canyon Humor want cloth. That'll be for bandages. Or making bloody jelly. I'd never put anything past a dwarf. And we're all done. Just in time to watch Sodal Moonchannel trudge through a blizzard to trade with us. She might be the first trader I've seen with actual skills in trading, too. She's a Dwarven unicorn. Incurious, thoughtless, shameless, but anxious. Anxious about what? Rising fuel prices? Ah, damn, that hit too close to home. Here we go, anyway. Don't have a huge amount to trade, so we'll be letting the limestone bracelets go along with the figurines. It isn't like we don't have an abundance of stone, after all. Then we'll just pick through, grabbing some of the cheaper foodstuffs, plus some assorted seeds. The dirt we're farming in currently isn't the highest quality, but we're missing out on whole seasons of it with what few plants we can grow, and that's just making it worse. That's all done now. No chance anybody starves or dehydrates this year. Whoopee! Got to love the early game, the wins are so hilariously hyperbolic. Nanu Zeshon, Sodel. Now, I just mentioned trying things with new seeds, and what do you know? Moses has jumped to and began planting cave wheat. I wouldn't normally bother with anything but plum helmets, as they require no further processing to be edible than to yank them from the ground. But, as I said, with seeds at a premium, thanks to my idiocy, we're going to try some other crops. Cave wheat just needs one extra step from harvesting, that of being ground down into flour, which we can do by hand. Or actually by giant grinding stones. Dwarves aren't that strong. Now, supposedly the flour can be used in meals to make bread and such. But you can't fool me, Dwarf Fortress Wiki. I know finely minced flour when I see it. Well. Just dug through the aquifer that's 6 or 7 Z levels below and let the spiralling stairwell fill with water that wells up from the well-hewn walls. Well, I recognise not having water available for unwell dwarves wouldn't go well. A rare case of my dealing with a situation well before it becomes a problem. Aren't I doing well? Oh, Phlegm, thank you. I thought you were Graham. In my office. He was stood in the bath with the curtain closed earlier. I'd have been more annoyed with him popping out, but I haven't been as keen on me roughage recently, and he did me a solid. You're disgusting. What? Better than a liquid. Ugh. What do you want? Oh yeah, I come under a white flag. I propose a truce between us two to face a much greater foe. You mean Gainsborough? Too right. He's gone bonkers. Cornered me in the bog and started asking me deep personal questions about my childhood. I'm an eldritch abomination. My beginnings are supposed to be beyond the ken of mortal minds. Not wheeled out to be compared against Martin, aged 10, who started eating crayons because his parents are divorced. Much as I hate to admit it, I do agree with you. He followed me into the kitchen earlier, kept trying to draw me out into telling him about my dreams, like the nth dimensional cacophony wouldn't turn his brain to soup. So, truce then? Yes, truce. Brilliant. Right, now I've got to go change my pants. Ah, snodfud. For this series, I thought it would be nice to take some time out from Fortress matters and do a little deep dive into our dwarves. So, here is Eurist again. Pause if you'd like all the details. For me, the most important thing here is that he has a greedy streak, but he doesn't often feel envious of others. He's a bit of a loner, very focused on his own goals, and doesn't go out of his way to cause anybody any harm, but will do what he needs to better his own standing. His choice to masquerade as a bard is especially funny, knowing how little natural inclination he has towards music, but I'm taken to believe he sold himself as more of a storyteller than music maker, so perhaps that helped. He's a stolid, headstrong, focused, pleasant little dwarf. Too bad about the whole milkman thing, really. I could see myself honestly liking him otherwise. I've decided to draw a little picture of him. I feel it's hard to really know our dwarves from the handful of pixels we get given, but it seems he gave me a description from a good few years ago, because this trim young chap bears little resemblance to the rather rotund individual we see now. Or, as the game would put it, corpulent. Harsh, Dwarf Fortress, very harsh. Here you can see the little workshop area that has built up around our farm, all in the name of producing cloth for canyon humour. Or at the very least creating cloth for us. It's cold in these mountains, and many of our dwarves are still running around in 2 layers at most. We don't actually have the abundance of materials to justify such a setup, but we do have pigtail seeds. So before too long we'll have a burgeoning little textiles operation. Enough for us to gear up in more appropriate winter apparel anyway. With any luck, nothing will turn blue and snap off till then. Now, here is something I'm excited about. For now we shall just call it the Big Circle. Having probed the rocks ahead of time with my godly powers, read digging blindly and save scumming like a bugger, I know that this will be the perfect place to put our practically patented Phlegm Crevice Fortress place of interest. That will invariably end up either ignored, disused, or fail completely. Comments in below as to which you'll think it'll be. Oh, also, probably best you subscribe if you haven't already. You're halfway through. I can only hope that's through enjoyment and not because your Xbox controller fell on the floor and you don't want to get up. I'm quietly confident, but only because I feel if I say anything I'll be tempting fate, and she's 2 months sober with the break I took. Time for a deep dive into this strong-willed, driven little dwarf. It's Domas. Again, you can pause for the full picture, but for me, Domas will always be the dwarf that can milk a purring maggot faster and more quantitatively than any who came before or will come after. Yes, I heard it as I said it. But these are the specific ventures of which Domas is generally quite confident in his abilities of. He's stubborn, quick to anger when he's not stuck in his own head deliberating, very greedy, envious of others, but can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. It is this last which netted him Einod, incidentally. I have drawn him as he is now, also amusingly corpulent, peeling a potato, which I have no idea how he got, as we have no potatoes. Domas, much like Yorist, also likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather, which is both A, putting it mildly on the mirror of destiny, and B, hilariously apt given their criminal name of Milkmen. Sometimes you set things up and this game just runs with it. It's late summer, and so it would appear we actually have some wild plants just about holding to life with their leaf tips. Seeing as we're apparently only getting one caravan a year, I figured we should probably grab this chance with both hands. Both of Moses' hands, to be more clear. It looks to be mainly fruit, which, as greens go, is at least versatile. We shan't be short of alcohol, and really that's all most dwarves care about. And I set everybody together. Watching Moses do it alone was making me wince in sympathy. You have to remember, these gentlemen are much closer to the ground, and you may not be aware, but dwarves do not wear underwear. 2 feet of snow, and you can tell a dwarf's trail from a human's because of the shallow track in the middle and the distant swearing. So you can stop now? Everything's all better.
Right.
Yes, we're back to being bosom buddies, the best of bestest friends.
I'm not so sure.
No, honestly. Phlegm even apologised for overreacting by letting me use his spare room to store some of the kobold's stuff. Wait, what? I mean, yes. It's the least I could do after you promised to do my laundry for a month. Oh, touche. But yeah, see? Everything's golden now. You can stop trying to psychoanalyse us.
Okay.
Good. Now, wanna go grab a drink, bestest buddy Phlegm? What? Oh, yes, why not?
They both think I'm thicker than 2 planks. But we know who got them behaving again, don't we? Not answering is very rude. Bet if I had a monkey and a map, you'd be singing.
And on we go to Adil, the last of the milkmen proper, who, out of all of them, I happen to like the least. As I said last episode, he's a bit of a stinker. He despairs for the future and lives without hope. This is because he is terrified that the others will discover that it was his record-keeping that led to them all nearly being caught and having to leg it to the mountains. Not that he did anything purposefully, he's just something of a diarist and left them out where somebody he thought he could trust found them, being one for sharing his thoughts and experiences. He loves a good fight, though doesn't like the thought of doing it professionally. He's stubborn and doesn't tend to be swayed by emotional appeals nor moved by mercy. I am kind of dancing around the point of Adil's position in the group for propriety's sake, but let's just say he's a fixer. Generally what he fixes is people's ability to hold spoons unaided. Nasty stuff, making his appearance as a deferent old priest all the sicker. He is again corpulent and likes working outdoors, only grumbling mildly in inclement weather, which makes that all 3 milkmen being very well named. Thank you, Dwarf Fortress. Aha! Our outpost liaison Zuglar. Wait, Cadol Tombs reigned? 4 forts, 5 if you include Slapgland, and I've not seen a change of outpost liaison even once. I do hope Zuglar is all right. Not to say I think Cadol won't be any good. I'm just very set in my ways and like to know what's going on. Cadol is by all accounts a delightful dwarf, if incurious, scatterbrained, depressed and non-dutiful. Ah, this is the village idiot. Oh, there's much to share. Take a look at that in a moment. This time we're asking for wood and pigtail seeds. We ran out. I don't think you can cook them, so I don't know how, but there it is. Canyon Humor wants shields/bucklers. Not much chance of those. And seeds, which we have asked them for 2 years straight now. It's like asking a man dying of thirst for a glass of water. Oh, and the news is just about the Elven War. We knew all about that already. Anus Eshon Cadol. Try not to trip over your own feet on your way home. Dwarves. Oh, the circle is dug out. Take a look at the plan for this marvellous floor. Isn't it wonderful? Now that it is dug out, you'd think I'd let you know what this whole thing is for, wouldn't you? Well, I shan't. It isn't done, you see. Again, do take the time to speculate amongst yourselves in the comments. I'd wager your soul against a shiny threepence that you'll never guess. But what I will say is I haven't decided whether to do rooms coming off it or just utilise the space as is. I'll get the floor done and see where the mood takes me. Talking of mood, allow me to spoil it a little with this image. To any uninitiated, these adorable little fluff balls are called fluffy wamblers. They're vermin, sort of like big cuddly rats, and they are treated exactly as such by our cat. The currently unnamed little Moggy has gone on an enormous fluffy wampage. No, I won't stop, you can't make me. Saying that, this is where we're going to leave things, so I guess you did make me stop. You win this round. I wasn't really sure how this episode was going to turn out. We've got nothing in the way of beasts or fights or anything of that ilk, so I was a little worried I wouldn't enjoy it as much. But do you know, it's been a breath of fresh air having to stretch my literary muscles and make what we have got into something interesting and fun to listen to. I hope you agree. Sort of the whole point of this thing, really. As you've seen, we've hit the 1,000 subscriber mark, despite Turkey Day sapping views, and I am absolutely blown away. I started this as a pipe dream, a way to gather a handful of followers to feed my soul furnace and not be so reliant on the grid. Now I'm actually beginning to earn money and have already damned many of you to a life of being blind to the fact I'm named after something you swallow in polite company. So thank you. All of you. Anus Eshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon.
You sure you two will be okay?
Yes, of course we will. Where you going?
Me and the missus are going out. See you later then.
Phlegm, yes, I saw it too. His girlfriend is a big rock, and he thinks we need help. Where did I leave my hat?
Snod was using it as a teaching aid.
What? Oh, I suppose you'll say, teaching the kobolds what not to wear or similar. Yes?
No, I think that hat was actually very snazzy. It suited your sophisticated persona marvellously.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say. Wait, was?
Yeah, I wouldn't think you'd want to wear it now.
Why? What's Snodford teaching those bog-hogging hobgoblins now?
House training.
With my hat?
Well, they've melted all the pans.
Oh, what's the point? Tell him there's a priceless Ming vase in the trunk in my room.
Yeah, he knows.
Kutam ilunudis were mead. Welcome one and all to the milk float covered in sticks and leaves that our dwarves walked away from whistling that we all call Mirrorgleam. It's almost a new year under the Mirror of Destiny, and that'll make it the 4th numbered year we've seen at this fortress. It's been 2 and a bit actual years, which is why I don't feel so bad that we've still got a dirt hole dormitory. Well, they've got their sacrificial altar in the temple to no particular, god of receptionists, waiting rooms, and queuing. I'm sure I saw Einod at it yesterday, tearing apart a yellow pages. And to any who think that joke dates me, I say, of course not. I was born before the concept of such things. Back then we called them the light orange pages. Talking of Einod, here she is. As before, pause if you'd like to get the full gist without my waffling. The first thing of note is how incurious she is about the world, which pairs nicely with her light bigotry, preference to not reveal personal information, and general lack of happiness or enthusiasm. These aren't new things, unlike her reduction in extremity. That is to say, she's become less extreme since meeting Domas. She isn't missing fingers. Me knows how she managed to snag her potato-hoarding corpulent lover. Literally in this case, she was holding a door open for him and the handle caught on his belt loop. I work in mysterious ways, by which I mean I found it funny. She does have redeeming features. She's confident in situations requiring her skills, makes sure to take extra time to obsess over details, and only slightly completely crumbles in the face of minor inconveniences. More seriously, she's a sharp intellect with a good memory and she's great in social situations. Her time at the mountain home was then a sad one. Her brilliance underutilized as a basic drink server in a seedy back alley tavern. The same tavern where she caught her current lover, Providence once again proving to be my middle name. Though, of course, long-time watchers will know it to actually be Margarine. Here you can see a new area the dwarves have dug out just below our stockpile corridor to the south of the well. This sewer grate shape has been designated as a pond, and we shall shortly be seeing somebody start the process of dumping water down the holes to the room below. This one bucket line of individuals coming as and when will eventually line the bottom of the floor below with a layer of icky, sticky mud. Long-time players of Dwarf Fortress will recognise this as a way to start farms off underground, as cavern plants won't grow on bare rock. Would that this were what that was, because that would at least work. Instead, what I was attempting to do was to create a grazing area below ground. I wanted this space filled with yummy, scrummy cave moss that the animals could subsist off of. It turns out you actually need access to the cavern layers for the moss spores to propagate through the fort. I will say that again for anybody not listening. This game replicates the movement of bloody spores to simulate the spread of moss. Oh bloody me, it's a mountain gnome! These mischievous little blighters are worse than they look. They don't look exactly fantastic anyway. Yick! Worse than their hairy little bare bottoms scooting across the clean floors is their habit of kicking over any barrel they find to end up blind drunk in the tide ale waves that follow. This one's currently still painting the floor brown, but it won't be long before it makes its way back to the storage corridor. Yes, here we go. Nope, chased off for a second. Dodging the dwarves. And out the door. Luckily, all of our drinks are stored in the kitchen and dining hall. Yes, there he goes, pelting around the surface in the snow without a care in the world. They can do this, bounding through freezing drifts, thanks to their beards being incredible insulators, and their being so drunk as to not notice most of the time. Oh, looks like he's gotten into a tussle with the fortress dog. Normally she'd be off fighting mountain goats, so this is very unfortunate. Seems to have survived the ordeal though, so no mountain, no mittens for any of our dwarves, sad to say. They'll have to settle for the Wamblers. Oh, and talking of goat, looks like one of them has been chased into the cage traps I set up to catch the gnomes. I wasn't kidding about their beards, it's bloody good stuff. Now, we've already got sheep, so we don't need a goat, but it would be nice to have a cheese in the larder that doesn't make people cringe at the thought of it. I know all mammals do lactate, but that's no reason to make cheese that keeps warm when it's wet and squeaks when you chew it. No apologies for making you imagine biting wool. I feast on your mental squirming. Oh dear, our plump helmets seem to be withering too. This means either Shem is slacking or we've run out of storage pots for food. Probably the latter, so we'd better get to utilising the stone we dug out for our now useless pond area. It could also be the cold, I suppose. It's enough to wither anybody's plump helmets. Except the gnomes. Snotford? Where are you, you rock-pool-dwelling barnacle nibbler?
He has gone to the shed for more receptacles.
What? More? I thought he was house-training them. I mean, I know they usually just go in the garden, but there's receptacles everywhere now. How is this better?
He has started a new cleaning business.
Right. Oh, me, no. You mean he's getting the kobolds to do it inside? That's not what house training means.
Yep. He's already got Alpha Team scoping out prospective future clients.
Alpha Team? Gainsborough, how do you deal with this nonsense?
I try to keep above it all. When it gets odd, I go see my missus.
Right.
She's my rock.
Oh, me, you said it. We had a comment on last episode that I wanted to draw attention to. This one here from Berg0110, where they write, apparently in utter disbelief, regarding my assertion that dwarves don't wear underwear. I thought it probably prudent, therefore, to just quickly assert that for the dwarves of Mirrorgleam, and for other forts I'm sure, though thinking about it I didn't really check, underwear is something that they very much do without. Socks, yes, gloves or mittens certainly, even multiple scarves or hats at times, but never, and I can't stress this enough, underwear. Trust me when I say some of these trousers have the power to kill a yak. From 200 yards away. With brined gussets! That's smellokinesis, Kyle. Incidentally, do please practice your house training in another room, would you? Sir. His name's not actually Kyle, but it worked for the reference. Well, it's now midsummer of year 41. Still not seeing a repeat of last year's fruity bounty, but given we're stuffed to bursting with plump helmets, things should be fine. I'm not very happy with how miserable our dwarves are getting, though. There's a lot of work to do, true, but more than that, and the unfortunate rotten meals incident, I think the issue is it's been nearly 3 years our milkmen have been in hiding, and despite the war with the elves, the heat hasn't died down. Couple that with it becoming more apparent to our upstanding Shem, Ast and Moses that this little venture was a little more than a little devious. We'll need to take a good long hard look at the future of the fort. It may be if tempers don't mellow that we split our group up and have them go their separate ways. For now, we're following our outpost liaison Cador. Wait, another new dwarf? Melville Stockade Trust. A very sour-looking individual who appears to have absolutely no skills whatsoever, despite being 61 years of age. How very suspicious. For now, we'll just get to the trade requests and say no more. No, more new news. Who wants to bet it's more war stuff? We're requesting leather and wood. Canyon Humor want crutches. Oh damn, I guess the war effort really is going badly. Now we'll get down to grabbing some of last year's requested items. if I can coax the milkmen out of their long trench coats and turn down trilbies before the traders leave. Oh, and I was right, just more war nonsense. I don't know why I bother checking anymore. Right, caravan has gone. I've decided a rest is as good as a change and have allowed the dwarves access only to the dormitory, the temple, the dining hall/kitchen, and the farm. Well, we don't want more withered plump helmets after all. So yes, relax, dwarves. As you can see, it's now late winter and moods have dropped even lower. Now I get it. 7 pairs of hands is not nearly as much as you'd like at this point in a fortress's life, but more hands means more arms, which will be attached to more bodies, which will bring more heads. It'll have more ears, eyes and noses to sniff out the nefarious deeds our milkmen wish to return to. This is the same reason we've not breached the caverns yet. We're still far too small a group to be able to deal with dwellers and beasts, and I'm not living with less than 100 frames per second until I absolutely have to. It isn't working. Reading into the dwarves' needs, it would seem a good portion are just bored with a secluded life in the mountains. Well, we're not going to fix boredom with months of prayer. Get back to work, you layabouts. I don't know. He tried to be nice for once. And as if to underline the feeling in the fort, Shem has begun fishing in the muddy puddles. He is one of the worst for being bored and frustrated, and this does appear to have driven him completely mad. Oh, no, he's kicked it and has gone back to helping with the harvest. I should change that so just Moses does it. Wait, no, spoke too soon, he's back at it. Let's do our deep dive now. Oh, good me, he's even filling the bloody pond he's fishing from. Dang jelly brain weirdo. So, you know the drill, pause if you'd like. He likes a brawl, but is fearful of imminent danger. He's slow to anger, doesn't hate, tries to return favours, finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Not lustful, polite, observes rules and decorum. If all of this is painting you a picture of a dwarf wetter than a frog in a rainstorm, then you're not far off. Here he is, attempting to strike a power pose, but looking like he's just rebrined his kegs. He's a trusting fool, somehow tricked into thinking Yoris Ten Thumbs was a musical master by having never heard him play, nor met anybody else that ever saw him perform. At the time, he was a simple sock darner with dreams of dimension-wide stardom. I suppose not all of the blame can be put directly at his feet, but I mean, come on! Yoris asked him for a couple of honest, upstanding and legitimate friends to start a business venture with, all whilst Domas and Adil were making furtive gestures towards the door. It's not hard to see why Ast and Moses are in a mood with him. Ha! Here's another callback. See this dwarven wheat flour roast? Bloody bread, my left nostril. I told you I knew minced flour when I saw it. Vindication! Moving on. Seeing as our underground grazing spot isn't going to work out for a while, I've decided to try something else. Here we have a dirty hole carved into the dirty dirt at the side of the dirty mountain. And what I'm hoping beyond hope for here is that the grass from the slope spreads inside. Now, I don't know if it'll work, but I can hope. And worst case, you lot might feel the need to poke fun at me in the comments, and that's beautiful interactions for the YouTube algorithm. The true god in these parts. Oh, and why not subscribe if you're not already? You've gotten past all the rude jokes, so either you're exactly perfect for us, or asleep. In which case, listen to this.
And Melville is back. Still no skills showing. I thought maybe we just needed to have a little conversation to loosen her lips. And no dice. I really think she might be somebody from the mountain home trying to sneak some evidence of wrongdoing out of somebody. Best we keep an eye on her, which will be easy while we discuss trade requests. Much to share. Ha! Fool me thrice. Just leather for us next year. We weren't really prepared for this year, so only really bought the wood. Canyon Humor want ammunition and plants. The first I get. But what? Has the war spread to the daisy fields? I hope not. Morale is low here as it is. That would probably finish our dwarves off. And, oh fine, we'll take a look. Ha! It's all political upheaval. Not war stuff. But still duller than a kobold's pimple mirror. And that's going to be it for another fortnight. With Mirrorgleam on the brink of a tantrum spiral, us one goat richer, Shem still bobbing for mud apples, and the fuzz breathing down our necks. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, John wanted to add that illness has scuppered the 1000 sub special episode thing he had planned, but that it's not completely gone, just shelved until some spare time shows itself. Maybe around Christmas. We could do it drunk in a party hat. Wouldn't that be nice? As always, it's been a pleasure making mouth sounds at you, and I'll see you all again next time. Anus Eshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon. There's not a single cup, mug, bowl, vase or spoon free of their dirty leavings anywhere in the whole damn house.
Yeah, I was getting at that. See, for a nominal fee I could...
You're trying to swindle me? You live here too!
Alright, I'll pay off.
You'll... Oh, snod it. Alright then. Oh, I didn't tell you. He actually said it. No!
Don't panic. Don't panic. It's going to be fine.
I've never held a
Snotford?
baby.
Oh, shut the mouth. Just hush for a minute.
What's all this racket?
It's one bite off caterpillar. She's feeling a bit poorly.
That's 30 seconds.
Shut up! I mean, shut up. And what was the world record for longest do again?
Snodford.
Oh, for God's sake. She's pregnant.
He's coming again.
And not for much longer, it'd seem.
Oh, damn. What are we going to do?
Don't panic.
Oh, you know what to do you? Seen a million kobold births, I expect.
No. Snod said that's my job.
Yeah, well, he was bricking it. Literally. Anyway, it's simple stuff. Harder to stop it than not at this point, so we're getting her into the living room.
What?
Well, I'm hoping it's prophetic. Hard to imagine dying in a god's living room.
This might be the worst thing you've ever done.
Second worst. I need you to watch her for 5 minutes while I get her parents.
What?
Back in a flash.
Snodford! Kutam milunudis wamid. Welcome one and all to the bright green crate filled with bottles of ice-cold creature squeezings that we all call Mirrorgleam. I've managed to sneak away from the barnyard my living room has become. That's not a slur. The kobolds believe life draws life like magnets draw metal, so they filled it with farm animals. I can't move for the grunting, baying, squealing lot, and the animals aren't much better. On the fortress front, as you can see, we're picking up pretty much from where we left off, with the new additions of some wildlife that have blundered into our cages for the long since long gone, long-bearded gnomes. Just some elk, nothing massively interesting. But seeing as we've already begun the journey of our civilization's mastery over the wily mountain goat, we may as well take some stumbling steps toward the micro moose while we're at it. Moods are still meh, though.
I have discovered that's partially due to boredom from the drinks choice. As in there isn't any. It's plump helmet wine or well water. I won't be fixing that anytime soon, though. Oh, whoops, slight slip-up. We had this area carved out for sheep last episode, and it was pointed out in the comments that I'd need to replace the ceiling above with flooring to allow grass growth. I ended up digging around a section of ceiling and reducing the workload a tad, whilst reducing the animal count a tad more. And wool never bounces back. Oh dear. The sudden crushing of one of their sheepy brethren has apparently caused some alarm of a spiritual nature to arise in the rest of the flock. They've gathered in the small temple to make plaintive chewing sounds to any and all gods that will listen. Look, it's no use, you lot. Humans, dwarves, elves, even goblins and dogs make it into heaven, but not sheep. Never sheep. You're barred. Here you can see one of the elk that our dwarves have apparently trained enough to release from its cage. He's a big beastie, lots of meat, some interesting ornamentation in those antlers, and since we've got some breeding pairs, I figure we should be a little excited about having them actually. They certainly fit the aesthetic anyway. Now, with following the things around, I have discovered that we can perform the same sort of mental deep dives we've been doing on our dwarves, and so... He's somewhat fearful, though likes to brawl, quick to anger, but often feels discouraged. Does not easily fall in love, but ladies, once you've captured his heart, at least you know he'll try to keep his things orderly. His ilk things. Moving on. In a desperate bid to counteract the rot stink occurrence number 2, it seems flattening a sheep doesn't stop it from going pongy, I have decided we will build off the big circle and have in fact already ordered the dwarves to dig out, smooth, and furnish a brace of bonny bedrooms, which they jumped to immediately after I spent a real-world hour trying to find out why they weren't working on it before giving up, removing all job requests, deleting all tasks, and redoing everything. Only to realise I'd set the digging designations as low priority. You're looking now at completed bedrooms because I got distracted trying not to scream while they worked. Oh, and the keen-eyed of you who noted some dwarves re-smoothing suddenly unsmooth bits of floor, stop being so keen-eyed, you'll ruin the surprise. The one good bit of news from this whole venture is that it is enough to tip the scales and drag our dwarves from grumpy into being, if not happy, at least bashful or sneezy. Progress! Until I fiddle with leather making later, but my existence is nothing so more than bailing water with a sieve. Oh, and in one fell swoop, Einod shows her ineptitude and ruins the big circle surprise. Well done, Armour Inks. I'd feel more sorry for the crumpled mess that used to be her hand, but she's continuing to stand on the bit of floor she's digging out below her like a cartoon coyote on a canyon cliff edge. Dwarves. That's it, clean yourself off in the well water. I guess that cuts available drink types down to just the plump helmet wine. I can't imagine anybody is going to want to be on the Einod juice. If you're wondering why it's taking her so long to clean, just imagine attempting to dry yourself with a wet towel. But the water is blood, and the towel is Einod's still bleeding stump. Discovered her other hand at last. Now, we do not actually have a hospital in the fortress as of yet, but seeing as we've just set our dwarves up with some swanky new bedrooms, I might have an idea. For now, I would suggest you go and get some rest. But wrestling elk calves one-handed and sorting items is better than actively mining one-handed, I suppose. No, she listened to me! That or the blood loss has got to her. Probably the latter, let's be honest. How's she doing? Yeah, not too bad, I think. Hard to know without a doctor.
No need, doctor. Life. Find life.
This is Frank's statement no filter and sense of relief wet mattress. They're cat's parents. You must be very excited.
Yes. Immaculate conception. Very rare for kobolds.
What? Come on, Frank. Yeah, right. Well, we're just going to go get more clean towels. Come on, Phlegm. Snodford, what have you done? Just keep walking. Wait. Frank and Sense. Oh, no, you haven't. Snodford? Snodford! And here was my fantastic idea. We had this horrible little dormitory dug into the dirt of the mountain with 7 beds and 0 lighting. Seems almost too perfect for a dwarven infirmary. Einod is already in situ, awaiting ministrations from Moses, who is happy to be finally working a trade he's actually trained in. Oh, no, it seems he has in fact already been. Works fast, I didn't even see him enter the room. So he evaluated her injuries and ascertained she's fractured a floating rib and ruptured her liver. A few points. Firstly, yes, I can tell the difference between a hand and a liver. I promise you her injuries did include her hand, but she's healed that with no assistance. Secondly, Einod has received sheep wool dressings on her liver. For this to happen, Moses had to cut her open. But we've been rather quick of late to convert our thread into cloth, so, including the need for sutures within, she needs sutures without. Einod has so far spent the better part of a week with the ability to tickle the inside of one of her own organs. Now, I've got the dwarves off spinning, so hopefully Einod won't need to cough with a butterfly net by her bed for much longer. Oh, yes, she's gone. Sewn back up by Adil, of all people. Back to work already. Good woman, that dwarf. Speaking of our chief medical dwarf, I figured now would be a great time to do our deep dive. It was just him and us left. Moses Inkglide is a very easy-going dwarf. He enjoys the company of others and likes helping them. He's slow to anger and doesn't experience strong urges or cravings. He does tend to hang on to grievances, but generally finds himself hopeful about the future. He's a clear-headed individual, somebody you'd want in a crisis and not normally easy to fool. So, how'd he end up here? Well now, that's down to his active imagination. As I've already mentioned, he was convinced to join the group by Shem, the wannabe bard extraordinaire. See, Moses has always enjoyed the thought of saddling destiny, heading off into the white wilderness to the south and building a huge and thriving fortress that people would brave the dangers to find, only to be wowed by terra firma tamed. This is the tapestry Shem wove in Mr. Inkglide's mind. What he actually said was, do you want to build a snow fort? So I can't blame Shem personally, but there you are. And there he is. Bold in the picture because he's got a cloak and dwarven law forbids any dwarf to allow head hair to touch hood cloth. This law sensibly brought in after the great Velcro scalping of year 3. He's got his little mug on a string, which he's apparently sat on, and his ankle belts to stop wild weasels from nesting in his nether cap, which is a spare hat he keeps tucked into his waistband. Get your mind out of the gutter! Well, here it is, the beginnings of what I alluded to earlier. I want to control our animal population because, as you may have noticed, we now have reindeer amongst the elk and sheep. and they're only half trained, so they're bolting throughout the whole fort, interrupting the dwarves every few seconds. We've got butchery all set up with a fresh meat stockpile nearby to stop the rot, which I can spoil right away, just like the meat does. I don't know what it is about butchering, but I've never been able to process more than one animal at a time without somebody choking on miasma at some point in the chain. I will be adding a tannery to deal with the hides, but again, with our dwarves busy doing whatever the snod it is they do when I'm not looking, I don't know how many of them will get successfully turned into usable leather. The hides, not the dwarves. Oh, Melville is back and taking the disguise a little bit far there. Encroaching on cultural appropriation, or you would be, if dwarven culture was based on physical appearance and not what type of clothes they know how to make. The worst part of this is she's kept her name the same. Mirrorgleam isn't blessed with anything close to genius, but we can remember a bloody name. Ah well, let's get to trade requests. A selection of different types of drink and some fish for variants. It doesn't fix our issues till next year, of course, but maybe we'll see berries fruiting soon and that'll tide us over. Canyon Humor wants splints. I'm sure they're asking everybody, but surely you'd look around on the way up and strike woody things off the list. And back to Melville, satisfied improving negotiation and intimidation. Give us splints or else, was it? Balmy. Anyway, best you be getting back to your coconuts and grass skirts before your tan fades. Me, I hope it's a tan. Now, here you can see... Phlegm, it's happening, come on! I told you I'm not doing it. Really? You're gonna miss out on a miracle because of a few silly coincidences.
It's nearly time.
So Snod says. What have you got there?
Mould remover. I keep telling you about der damp patch in der living room. Can't have that there with the baby coming.
What was that? Oh, calm down. That's just a family dog. Right. Grr. Mould, frankincense, and grr. Now, Phlegm, wait. I'm not doing it.
It's okay, Mr. Crib.
It's bloody January. She needs our help. Then go help. I'll be in here doing serious work. Come on, Graham. They don't do immaculate anyway. Take a look at my vase. Back with the dwarves. You've been watching my attempt at a de-stressing New Year's party. Well, New Year adjacent anyway. All it's really done is create a happiness gulf between the happiest and grumpiest, but maybe we can work on the others later. Yes. Moving on. Straight on, in fact, to Ast Handlebold, the final dwarf in Mirrorgleam to receive a deep dive. Now our secondary miner, Ast was brought along as smith and furnace operator and 6 years in has become completely convinced of his own worthlessness. He tends to assume the worst, isn't inherently proud of his talents or accomplishments, has a greedy streak and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Despite all this, he can be very happy and optimistic, has a deep well of patience, great intuition, sharp intellect, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. What I'm saying is, Ast is quite clearly bipolar. Well, here he is, raising his mead horn with trepidation in his Wambler fur mittens. As bad a time as he's having here, I can't imagine the feckless Shem can be blamed over much. Ast is one of those who could be miserable in a jacuzzi with a chocolate milkshake, which is understandable given his sensitivity to chlorine and lactose intolerance. He wasn't told why they were coming to the Mirror of Destiny, but equally he didn't ask. He goes through being impersonable and straight out the other side to easy going. And he has, of course, been integral in the Big Circle project, which we're going to take a look at next. here it is, littered with boulders, all smooth, but still missing integral ornamentation in the form of limestone block flooring. Going up a floor, we can see a second Z-level dug out and defloored with minimal pain and injury. And this is the plan. We'll keep staring up, working our way through the rock to the frozen shelf above, whereupon a separate building task can begin. Something I am very excited to not tell any of you about. Future plans, future plans! Mirrorgleam was always supposed to be more than just a dirty hole in the side of the Mirror of Destiny. This fort will be a beacon in the white wastes, shining in the night sky like a crystal star. No matter what our dwarves may think or expect. I was wandering through the fort, enjoying the steadily bettering moods of our dwarves, when I came across the fortress dog, Ida. She's been spending more and more time in the temple of late, which I think is because of all the fighting. Here she is, and a more stitched together looking little war machine I have never seen. She's kept us safe from reindeer, elk, falcons, and gnomes. Incidentally, Ida just means dog in Dwarvish. I've mentioned we aren't overflowing with genius. And that's your lot. We've been at Mirrorgleam for 6 years now. The milkmen have settled down to the idea of settling down, and though I don't think we've seen the end to all of their lawless ways, I do think they're ready to make something of this beautiful white mountain. And with a good grasp of who's who, I think it's safe now to maybe invite others to the fort. Many hands make light work and all that. But that's for next time. John wants you all to know that illness has continued into the new year, and so delivering specials is just not happening. He apologizes, but at least you're still getting me, eh? I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Like, comment, subscribe, check the Discord and the Patreon if you're so inclined. And I'll see you all next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anu Zeshon.
No, she's precious.
Yeah. Hey, Phlegm, wanna see? They named her after us. Really? Mr. Crevice, meet Flick Bogey Strong Wind.
Strong wind.
Shut up. Oh. Happy birthday, Flick. I'll never see those shoes in the same light again. Snodford? What? Oh, it's you, Phlegm. Yes, I suppose it would be a surprise to see me in my own house, in my own office, the desk of which you appear to be cowering under. Not cowering. No, not cowering exactly. More hunkering down. Military-like. Right, and what dastardly military foe are we hunkering down from? Can I expect kobolds kicking down my door in full camo, or have you pilfered my pots and pans to make them little Knights Templar? Worse. Worse than scraping congealed kobold sweat out of my big stewing pot for the 3rd time this month? It's Uncle Caprius. He's visiting today. Your Uncle Caprius? When? Today. When today, you boneless bucket? And Oh, me budge up. It's battle stations, and I'll be damned if I'm manning the front.
Another mouse. Ugh. I'll get the broom.
Kutam ilunu dizu mead. Welcome one and all to the last hour of my life before I'm atomic wedgied into the next universe. No, in the fortress we all call Mirrorgleam, I guess. Things are going well for our soon-to-be deityless dwarves. Even managed to pull everybody except the ever-miserable Domas out below the jaundice of Mift and into the seasick with joy. This change of moods has led me to believe that we're ready now for some new faces. So, the flyers are out, the column in What Fortress Paid For, and Eurist is spending at least 3 hours a day yodeling from the top of the Mirror of Destiny. We'll have new dwarves in no time. Let's all hope for some extra females. I've nothing against the males, but I know Einod is getting bored with the conversation topics. There's only so much talk about embroidery and jewellery she can take, apparently. And all this increase in happiness without a need for a change in alcohol. Aren't I good? And superfluous, because here comes Melville just ahead of the traders. It's been a few trips now since Melville completely changed her face, and I think it's growing on her. Don't mind the vomit. That's it, just... Yes, best take the talk inside. The reception is better. Why is she keeping distance between them? It's Eurist, he doesn't smell that bad. Anyway, it's a big order today. Loads of wood, most of which will be burnt for metals. With new dwarves coming, we'll need more food, hence the meat and fish. And I threw in bush-tit eggs because the idea of Domas making tiny fried egg sandwiches made me laugh. Incidentally, tit was just a word for something small in the days of yore. Hence titbit and titmouse, which does beg the question of how the word evolved into its more modern usage. By which I do of course mean a person of lower than average intelligence. Keep it clean, you lot. Canyon Humor want head and hand wear. I hope they aren't planning to outfit everybody in winter gear and storm Mirrorgleam. We don't have enough beds for that. Well, thank you for the visit, Melville. We'll be relieving your traders of all of their alcohol now, though. Don't be afraid of Ida, she's harmless, but do let yourself out. There's a dwarf. We're following Domas, sporting one of the many new leather caps I had made to stop the light shining off of all of our dwarves' heads from blinding me. As previously mentioned, he's not a happy dwarf, and I'm thinking he's going to stay as such until we get 1 or 2 of his unmet needs satisfied. I have decided upon excitement, fight, to technically help someone and arguably uphold tradition. Though frankly he's already doing that by being a sulky little so-and-so. From our traders we procured a spear and shield, both made from the finest steel prepared meals can buy. Foregoing armour for now, I think we should get Domas up and running as the Fort Militia captain and 1 dwarf army. We've always got too much food, so his skills as a cook won't go to waste, especially as I plan to stagger his training. And at the absolute worst, it gets him out of our other dwarfs' scalps, so he doesn't keep bringing down the mood. Yes, here he is, training away in the little barracks we built above the tavern. Looking at his fighting experience, I'm regretting not giving him a sword instead. The longer range of the spear does waste his novice skills as a biter somewhat, but never mind. His squad of 1 is called the Golden Locks. This is an homage to his lover Einod, who is as bald as everybody else at the fortress, but is still the owner of curly golden hair nonetheless. On her feet! Mind me, if you can't control yourselves, I will be required to scrub your braids out with soap. Don't get the wrong idea, though. Dwarves don't normally have hairy feet. She's just weird. Oh no, Ida! Well, I guess now we know why she'd been spending her time in the temple, poor girl. She was old and battered from her war with Rudolph. She shall be missed. By which I mean the dwarves will make her coffin. I'll discover she wasn't a pet, so interring her would involve Googling, and she's already begun to smell by the time I realise, so we'll bung her on the waste pile outside for the fairies to nibble on. It's what she would have wanted. Aha! The first of our new migrants have arrived. How wonderfully exciting! We're following Amos in. He's a High Master Milker, and yes, that is in reference to the ability to get lactation from farm animals, and not to the more exciting ventures our milkmen were about. The sheep will be glad of a pair of hands that know which way up the milking stool is supposed to go. Me knows they won't even let me click them anymore. I'll be putting him to more than just milking, though. Time to really kick this fort into gear. Starting with the new bedrooms, all already dug out in preparation and just now having the last little engraving embellishments added. 20 of the dimension's swankiest 6 square cells to soothe our sweet little sleepers to soft slumber. Still needs the furniture, so they'll have to make do with whatever bit of floor they collapse on for now, but they knew what they were getting themselves into. The flyers clearly said BYOB. Bring your own bed. Dwarves inherently know to bring their own booze. And just in time to prove me wrong, here is Adil Bronzelance, a talented shearer, and that'll come in handy here, no doubt. But would you look at his one and only unmet need? Drink alcohol. Something most dwarves manage within the first 3 minutes of being awake, and Adil has decided that it's his only need in the world. I don't know whether to be annoyed or impressed. Think I'll settle on exasperated befuddlement. Oh, and ignore the miasma. Domas's training couldn't come quick enough, and he made some superfluous soufflés. Try saying that 3 times fast. I think we'll need to extend the kitchen out, maybe add a main food and drink stockpile and have the little one in the tavern take only from that. Ah, Adil found the booze. Good dwarf. No unmet needs. Can honestly say I have never seen that. More migrants. Here they come, pouring in like grains of sand in an hourglass, though without the characteristic hissing noise. Now the susurration of soft sand, how I do miss channel glazes. Anyway, with the new migrants comes a particularly special individual, Alath Glacier Cloisters. Another female dwarf amidst what is becoming a sea of masculinity. She has no unmet needs, just like Adil, and she's a talented animal trainer, which will really help considering how often I'm having to peel flattened dwarves off the walls because of elk children still being born wild, growing to adult, and reverting to their wild state. A dedicated animal trainer will hopefully teach them that dwarves are friends, not footpaths. Though I've just noticed she disdains hard work, so I guess we'll see. At least the bedrooms are all done now. Dwarves are easy to please in this regard. It's their best feature. So long as they've got furniture to dump their old clothes in, a bed to sleep in, and the room smoothed, they're good to go. To sleep, that is. Communal sleeping is frowned upon, which is of course how vampirism grows to be such a nuisance. But at least they never have to deal with bedbug infestations. You can be a fantasy creature immune to alcohol poisoning, but one thing you can't get away from is the blood-sucking parasites, apparently.
Oh, it's no use, Phlegm. I'm gonna go pre-whitewash my trousers.
Ha! Fat lot of good that'll do.
What is going on?
Snodford's Uncle Caprius is visiting.
So?
You've never met him? I thought you and Snodford went way back.
No, I met him same day as you.
When he asked to move in here, he told me he couldn't bear to leave you behind, starving in the cold at the orphanage where he practically raised you.
It's been 18 months, Mr. Crevice. How do you not know there's not enough salt in the world needed for what Snod says?
Fair point. Well, anyway, Uncle Caprius is an eldritch abomination from a different time, a relic of chaos, back from when the word really meant something. Remember when I turned Snodford's tentacles into... well, yes, anyway, I was emulating Uncle Caprius.
Oh,
Yes, oh. When he last visited, he changed all the doors round. Took me 3 hours to figure out the shed door led to the bathroom.
that doesn't sound that bad.
Then 5 seconds to find the bathroom door led back to a winery in 13th century Bristol.
Oh,
And you'd better be worried, unless you like the idea of being made of scones.
is there any more room under the desk?
Melville is back. Yes, that's right, it's been a whole year since the start of the episode. Doesn't time fly? I'm sure she'll find her way to having a conversation in the same room as Yoris this year. I saw him visit the whale in preparation. Yes, there we go. No trade request nonsense this time. 1 per episode is enough for anybody. Instead, we'll get straight into the actual trading. We don't have all too much for trading, really. We've fallen back on the old prepared meals because they're just so easy to do with a dedicated cook. But suffice to say, we bought the tit eggs. Now, I was continuing the work on the floor of the
Big circle.
and in my many fevered tappings, I happened to just miss the mark. Now, personally, I don't think it's all that noticeable, but what do you all think? Do drop a message in the comments letting me know if you noted the mistake. Oh, and go ahead and subscribe if you haven't whilst you're there. We had a recent flow of wonderful individuals from Blind, and I'd be delighted to keep that influx rolling. Let's get trumpet sounds big enough together that Blind invites me to make silly noises on one of his videos. Imagine a legitimate professional like him having to say phlegm crevice. Marvellous! Oh, and you can calm down, I fixed it. Well, this could have gone a damn sight worse than it did. Our hastily installed cage traps, which were supposed to just be for mountain gnomes, but have so far netted us reindeer, elk, and a falcon, have now seen fit to ensnare a bear. A polar bear, though being this far south by rights it should be a penguin. How on my dimension of destiny did a polar bear get so close to our fortress as to be caught in our entrance cage traps without us losing anything to it first? I mean, I suppose I have moved most everything inside the fortress for eventualities such as this, but dwarves still go outside. They don't go outside anymore, do they? Me, I hate cavern sickness. Well, at least our Alath will have a real challenge on her hands now. We will keep it confined to its cage until we're absolutely certain it won't shred our dwarves like paper. Forget the civilization learning the mysteries of animal training. I'm doing it. Elk me once, shame on you. Oh, and talking of elk, I can't click on them now either, even after I wiped my cursor. Marvel now at this wonder of mining designation. Here you can see the plans and beginnings of what the true Mirrorgleam Tavern will be. To the south, space for 3 kitchens and 3 stills, with stockpile areas to either side for raw ingredients, and a large prepared meal and drink stockpile in the centre. 3 central pillars to hold what will be vaulted ceilings between dining areas for 30 dwarves to eat at once. To the east, a VIP area that will be specially furnished. North of this will be a stage with a dance floor and room for instruments. Then, to the north of the stage, 2 wings of 4 small dormitories for guests, with plans to expand if needs be. We won't be opening to the public until the plans for the big circle come to fruition, but our dwarves will sup and feed well in its majesty before then. And as though hearing the call of our new tavern through the icy wastes, our 20th and final migrant makes their way through the blizzard to join us. Everybody say hello to Iden, the talented potash maker. Okay, maybe I'm not missing channel glazes that much. Get yourself comfortable, Mr. Trade Virtue. There will be work for idle hands soon enough. And that's where we'll be leaving things. No pictures this episode, as I couldn't think of anything I particularly wanted to draw. But this state of affair won't last all that much longer, as I'd like us to crack the seal on the caverns for future fun I am planning to fiddle with. I say planning, but as usual it's more a sort of desperate scrabble towards something resembling coherence. I do my best. Very excited about our new polar bear. Going to get it trained as a war animal and have it assigned to Domas. Should probably give him a dwarf or two too. He must be lonely in his little barracks. But that's all next time speak, and now is now time. So let's speak now speak. I mentioned Blind's kind gesture earlier, but just wanted to add to all who followed his suggestion. Thank you so very much for your time and consideration. I hope you find Crumpet Sounds to be enjoyable for many years to come, because we don't plan on going anywhere. And to Blind, if you're watching, thank you. It can be a cold and lonely venture, this content creator lark, and I want you to know that your kindness is very much appreciated. As a computer-generated cowboy doll once said, "There's a snake in my boot." Anus Ashon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Ashon. Well, that went well, didn't it? What?
And after you made such a fuss.
What went well? Uncle Caprius's visit? Oh, he took my memory!
Graham, hide the mirrors.
What? So, the duck says...
Ducks can't talk.
Well, no, it's a joke.
Nothing funny about auditory hallucinations.
No, it's not. I'm with Gainsborough. I knew a warlock who started listening to voices. That, really? What happened to him? Oh, he painted the shed and repointed the western wall. It was during my patron phase. Don't you remember? Oh, yeah.
Opposite situation now.
Yes. Thankfully, Cornerstone, Tom Bones, Iron Guide and Matt haven't called on their patronage for the completion of menial tasks.
Probably reckon the YouTube's menial enough.
Yes. Anyway, I have an episode to make.
Later. So, the duck turns to the goose and he says, well, this is
Why is the duck English?
Kutam Melunudi Zuamid. Welcome to Mirrorgleam, and we're getting straight into it as we celebrate the marriage of Einod and Domas. Almost 8 years since they ran away to the mountains with plans of laying low, and here they are now, making a commitment to one another. And, I'd like to think, making a commitment to Mirrorgleam. No small make-do fort this. Not now with wedding bells and hopefully soon, babies. And from our first wedding to our first strange mood. New subscribers, click the rounded rectangle-shaped button with the word subscribe in it to have this sentence pertain to you. New subscribers may not have experienced the wondrous creations the dwarves of the Dimension of Destiny manifest when under the influence. That's my influence, by the way. All dwarves are under the more mundane influence at all times. So we'll leave Mr. Moistened-Helms, steady now, to it. And he's created Ator Akir, the perfection of rewards. A magnetite mechanisms. It's worth 11,000 Fathcal, which, considering it's made from iron ore and fungi wood, is a pretty good figure. Saigon's left the thing to Mirrorgleam, so we'll find somewhere to stick it anyway. Oh, and to any squirrels trying to translate, no, not 11,000 sack smiles. Moving on, I thought it a fun idea to watch Domas go about his day now he's freshly wedded. Yes, here he is, liver damaged with the marital bliss. Despite being the only milkman to settle down, Domas has pretty consistently been the most miserable dwarf at Mirrorgleam. So, expecting little things like finding the love of his life, spending all day either training, which he enjoys, or cooking, which he loves, and having constant access to a wide array of alcohol, expecting these things to make him happy is frankly insane. I tell you what probably isn't helping. It's a little feature I've noted before on this channel. Something I won't quite call a bug, where dwarves will obsessively transfer weapons and armour from stockpiles to barracks, weapon racks and armour stands, and vice versa. It's the little things like this that make the game just inaccessible enough to make it worth you lot's time to watch me bumble through, rather than learning the quirks yourself. Incidentally, few Dwarf Fortress creators are equal to Crumpet Sounds if you're looking for consistency. That's what matters, right? YouTube and Custard have that in common. As for Domas, we'll keep an eye on him, see if getting everything he wants all of the damn time makes a difference to his mood at all. Ah, here's Melville. That means the traders' wagons can't be far behind, not that we're in dire need of anything anymore. Oh, and what a coincidence this is. She's only gone and gotten married to a Domas of her own. Must be the year for it. Hers is Bellscrosses, which I believe is a canyon humour slang term for being uncomfortably well endowed. Maybe that's why she squints now. Regardless, get yourself into the dining hall, Melville. You can follow Yoris around all you like, but you know he won't talk to you unless he's drunk. It's his nerves, you see. Oh, damn. Merit deserves a reward, and she comes empowered to establish this colony as an official land of the realm. Things must be going badly indeed if Canyon Humour are looking for barons amid our bottom barrel bumpkins. This is vexing to say the least. See, I'm going to say no to this, but upon doing so, yes, Melville buggers off. This means that without agreeing to become a barony, we're on the outside. No more trade requests, which is fine whilst we're not in the need of anything specific, but the second we are, we're getting royals foisted on us. Yes, you'd better run, bloody dwarf. Time to trade for what we can. Mostly what we need is a good stockpile of wood. I'd quite like to get Domas and possibly one other dwarf fully outfitted, and that's going to take some charcoal.
I just don't get it.
That's because I haven't got to the snodding punchline yet.
Blimey, still trying to tell that duck joke?
It's not there is a duck. Look, there's these 3 birds, right?
Right.
A duck, a goose, and an owl. All standing in a field next to a...
Why would 2 waterfowl be in a field?
That's what I said.
'Cause of the owl. Just listen, would you?
Okay.
Duck, a goose, and an owl in a field. At their feet is the body of a recently dearly departed chicken.
Right.
Right, so the duck looks at the goose.
What time is it?
Eh? What? I don't know. Lunchtime. What does it matter?
Well, then the owl would be asleep, no?
That's true.
Fine. It's night time. And to alt your next question, the duck and the goose are in their pyjamas, but have been thwarted from going to bed by the death of their friend the chicken. Alright?
Wait, if it's night time, how can they see the chicken?
There's a street light.
In a field?
Oh, bugger off, you.
We've got wild reindeer interrupting tasks in the fort, so I've sent Domas to deal with it. This is his first real test, and he's unarmoured, so I don't know how it'll go. Come on, Domas. Well, it went well. All except for the fact he's removed his spear and shield. I really must fiddle with the training doohickey to keep him armed and armoured constantly.
But still it went awfully well. Even if the battle log makes for incredibly uncomfortable reading. Oh, and another reindeer. This is preferable to catching and taming the damn things at least. Oof. You know, it's pixels and they're not particularly detailed, but they still somehow convey a visceral finality. And Domas did so well, I think he deserves a second in command. Lorbam here wants to fight and wants martial training, so we'll give him a spear and a shield and get him under Domas's questionable wing. We'll just let him finish up some chores first, though. We've been making mugs, and I want them encrusted with gems, so I've set the encrust finished goods with gems job up, and is he grabbing a shoe? Did he just encrust a single cave blob leather shoe with cut gems? Yes, he did. So, here he is at an individual combat drill, carrying an axe because he's got the brain of a raspberry, and going back to cut gems. Good luck with this one, Domas. Encrusting a hood now, good me. Moving swiftly on, and we've got Shem in a strange and apparently thirsty mood. Oh, good me, I hope we're not about to see Mirrorgleam's first crotchless loincloth. He's an expert clothier, you see, and he's claimed a clothier's workshop, and oh no, he's grabbing an awful lot of wood for what should ostensibly be clothing. These better be clogs, Mr. Oak Fountain. I'm clinging desperately to the hope that not lustful holds true. Satisfied? Well, I certainly hope so. I also hope whatever you've decided to make isn't so complicated that you dehydrate before you complete it. We'd better give him a minute. Okay, and he's created Babnas Regoth the Scoured Crafts, a sleek pigtail coat. Certainly a strange one. Seems fairly innocuous, though. Scoured in this case meaning cleaned, not searched for. Almost like a chaste artifact, if anything. The parrot men denote the want for conversation, and the spikes prevent its devolution into hanky-panky. Shem's gifted it to the fortress, and it seems robust and, more importantly, warm, so I think we'll keep it safe by getting Yoris to wear it. Our expedition leader is like Shem in being not lustful, and so will be overjoyed to own an article of clothing that will halt the advances of the many, many women in the fortress. It'll keep the sheep off, too. Oh, damn, I've just frozen the passage of time because Adil, one of our milkmen, has begun to throw a tantrum whilst under the influence. That's alcohol this time, not me. Really regretting my decision to put a temple in the centre of the tavern. Let's unhitch the boat of reality from the dock of infinity and paddle it out to get caught back up in the flow of time. And here it goes. This would be the calm before the storm. And all done. Well, that was nearly exciting. We must remember, of course, time in Dwarf Fortress passes much more quickly than it does for us. Technically, what we just witnessed was Adil being so rip-roaringly drunk that he dropped to the floor and had a tantrum in the young child sense. How very embarrassing. Though, actually, I think we may have missed the fireworks, because it does say here that he's thrilled after throwing something. Please me, let it not have been his own feces. That was the kitchen. Bloody ridiculous. I can't believe it. Snodford? What? Oh, hello, Phlegm. Is anything the matter? It's just Graham. I finally got the joke out through the barrage of stupid questions, and he just goes, I don't get it. Ah, well, he's a very literal sentient stack of stone. Yeah, I know. Yeah, You wouldn't do me the favour of letting me say it in a video? Oh, I don't know. Come on, Phlegm, I'm so hungry. Ah, fine. Oh, yes, a captive audience. Right, a duck, a goose and an owl standing over the recently unalive body of a chicken. The duck looks across to the goose, sees his big flat feet and big flat beak. Looks down at himself, sees his big flat beak and big flat feet. Looks across to the owl, sees the razor sharp claws and talons on his feet, the cruel curved blade of his beak, the cold black death in his eyes, and, after swallowing his fear, he says, I think I know who did this. And the owl says, Who? No, for me sake. Oh, yeah. Are you done? Oh, that was yummy. Nothing like fresh size and eye rolls. Get out. Melville's back. Yes, it's been a whole year already. I've been working on something behind the scenes that I'd like to keep secret for now, but is taking an awful lot of time and focus to complete, so yes, time flies. And here she is again, offering advancement for any dwarf that would like to take it. Look, Melville, I'm busy enough as it is without catering to the whims of Yoris just because somebody's given him a title. Yes, go on and get. And we'll go on and get what we can. Still not worried just yet. We are acceptably self-sufficient. For now. I've even got everybody no more miserable than Domas. And here we have a new Ida. Again, that's just dog in Dwarvish. Thin and muscular, this one seems a little better suited to hunting the reindeer that keep bothering the fort. We bought him from the traders, and they seemed a little happier to see him go than would seem prudent for something as ordinary as a simple dog. Perhaps they were just allergic. Their loss anyway. Hopefully next year they'll bring a female and we can get some puppies on the go. Give Domas some help in the militia, though once you've gone polar bear you do usually not go back. Now prepare yourselves for something totally amazing. Ta-da! It's the plan for what will be Mirrorgleam's crafting and stockpile hub. The sharp-eyed amongst you will note that my earlier sentence was something of a pun on the shape of this space. For in a whimsical mood I decided we'd forego a more sensible square shape for something a little more nautical. Don't worry though, there's enough room for all the basic necessities, including all the workshops, allowing us to separate stock by type while still fitting a twin of stuff in here. A twin. Worst comes to the worst and we need more space, I can always dig into the level above and we'll pack a derm load of things up there. Above that? Well, we'll leave that to discover later. Finally got through that. Bloody awful. Now I got an announcement that we had another dwarf go into a strange mood. You have none for ages and then 3 dwarves go all at once. Only issue is that Adil here hasn't rushed off to a workshop, and that, plus our lack of glass furnace and Adil's competent skill as a glassmaker, has me convinced we're looking at a glass artifact in our future. He's an adept shearer, but apparently an artifact fleece was out of the question. I wouldn't require it allow anybody to rule a kingdom or anything, I just don't want to spend the next hour finagling the complex glassworking process for some useless bloody trinket. Oh, for the love of me. Right, so I made the requisite glass furnaces, yes, furnaces plural, and by some luck he's decided he's going to make his artifact out of green glass, the least awkward of the options he could have chosen. Excuse my lack of gratefulness. I've got to now arrange the production of bags that don't immediately get filled with seeds and gathering of sand at the second furnace. Twice. And Adil has created Stigil Atast Isak Thagkat. Jawbrave the spattered book. It's a perfect green glass gem, and the less asked about the book it alludes to, the better, I say. It's worth 2,000 Fathcal. Naff all, as Snot would say, and Adil's taken ownership of it, so I think we can just move on. Straight into our goodbyes. I wanted to start by thanking Cornerstone, Tom Bones, Iron Guide, and Matt for their continued support over on Patreon. I can't begin to tell you how grateful to you all I am. You are the most wonderful individuals a deity could wish for as patrons. If the rest of you wanted to join them in their support of the creation of weird entertainment, the link to the Patreon is down below. But liking the video, subscribing to the channel, commenting on the episode, or simply watching to this point here are all equally appreciated. Time is precious, even to a deity. With that said, thank you all for watching. I do dearly hope you enjoyed yourselves and be well. Until next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anu Zeshon. Snotford? What's wrong with him?
His tummy hurts.
Nigh bigger than your belly.
No, it's their sense of humour. It's not sitting right. Your subscribers are weird.
Well, thank me for that.
Get around the other side. They're
The
gonna
room's not long enough. What?
close the door. Oh, Phlegm, they're gonna be on a skirting board.
What in my name is going on?
We got bankers.
What?
No, I said infested, not invested, you troctolite.
Oh,
Infested? Oh no, it's not shrews again, is
Do you
it?
see any fire? Besides, never seen shrews in a dress before. Wait,
A dress? 2 of them, was it?
yeah, I think so.
Ah, that's just Jess and Lucy.
What?
Their father said they might visit. I'll go fix up some jam sandwiches and leave them in the kitchen.
But I'm allergic to little girls.
Kutam Ilunudi Zuamid. Welcome one and all to the fortress with a cylindrical hole in it for some purpose I no longer remember, that we all call Mirrorgleam. Yes, it's midwinter in the 47th year of the Dimension of Destiny. What the Ushildusim of Hammerlock would call the Year of the Beige Artifact. The dwarves on the Mirror of Destiny, the Geshad Sting Ball, however, call it the 47th year. Much less whimsical souls, you see. But they haven't yet been devoured by demons from the blackest pit, so who's to say who's in the right, really? So far, our time at Mirrorgleam has been spent in building integral infrastructure on a project I have yet to fully describe. You'll need to watch to the end of the episode to see if said description rears its head today. I'm sorry about this, but you do insist on treating time as a linear journey from cause to effect. Only benefit to that is not putting yourself off your eggs by being sick first. Speaking of that infrastructure, here we are at the
big circle.
Now, I have already shown you above, and to be honest, not too much more work has been done on that excavation. And the main reason for that is that we have focused our attention instead on below. Yes, down here we have continued the shape to just above the level I believe the first cavern layer begins. And why have we done this? Honestly, I had a plan, I'm sure of it, but for the life of me I can't remember it. What we'll be using it for now is a sort of reservoir. Not for drinking, but, well, without going into too much detail, I want it full of water anyway. For which we shall be utilizing the well. Before we get to any of that, I want to clear the main hallway of random junk. So we've got the dwarves ferrying stuff from down below into the turtle. The centre shell has already been filled with furniture. Some think of a pointless venture, as a quantum stockpile would be much more efficient. But at least we can now see the multiple ghost statues I ordered were completed. Each flipper has been allocated a certain type of stock. A front right for bone, shell and horn, a back right for goods, weapons and items that are made from stone, front left for bars of metal and charcoal, back left for wood. Those orientation designations taken from the reference point of the turtle, for some reason. You'll note I couldn't decide on whether these stockpiles should be for finished goods or materials. Now, I know what you're all thinking. And yes, once. But I left before the giraffe came too, so it doesn't count.
Oh, Stu!
Oh dear, feeling poorly, are we?
Oh, give over. You know I'm allergic.
I don't know what you mean.
Is this because of the badger in your closet last Thursday? Because I swear I've no idea. So, how it got in there?
No, it's a mystery, isn't it? Especially seeing as the new cameras I installed only saw you going into my room.
Oh,
well, you and the blanket-covered dog cage.
oh, all right, fair cop, but this can't go on. I've been sneezing for 40 minutes and I don't even have a nose.
Well, at least none of your clothes smell like angry badger.
You're not going to help, are you?
No, but do you know, I think I might just prepare them a plate of cookies and a pitcher of fizzy pop. Don't want them running out of energy before they leave.
You're a monster.
Well, butter my crumpet and record the sounds. Our resident animal trainer and second female, Alath Glacier Cloisters, has gone into a strange mood. Now, she's claimed a metalsmith's forge, so I don't suppose we'll be getting the war-trained polar bear or baby dwarf that I would actually want from her. But the chance her adequate blacksmithery results in an artifact weapon has me suitably tantalized. She's been lazing around ignoring the training tasks I've set her, so at the very least we know she's rested and equal to the task. We'll leave her to it. Oh, great. She's created a pig iron grate, Ushilsid Ice Charred. She claimed it as a family heirloom, which makes sense given it clearly references her name of Glacier Cloisters, but it's not a well-meaning commemoration. Alath apparently holds some resentment toward her family, and this grate is a symbol of her wish to allow in the cold and soothing watery love of her siblings, whilst holding out the large and lumpy rocks of her parents' disapproval. Oh, wait, no, I misinterpreted it. Turns out she just likes pig iron and grates. We're following Erdim Blunt Paint, one of our newer dwarves who is an expert carpenter and proficient stone crafter.
So I've got him picking bilberries. Now, yes, it's an awful waste of ability, but we've got hardly any wood to be carpented, and all the stone crafting jobs are being done by dwarves not currently outside picking bilberries. It's not just him, though. Any able-bodied dwarves not currently engaged in more important tasks have been sent the order to get outside and pick nature's bounty. We get precious few resources from the frozen surface of the Mirror of Destiny, so, much like the pre-domesticated chicken, we must lay whilst the bamboo's sprouting. Or, in this case, bilberries. Oh, lovely. Followed Erdim in for his liquid lunch and noted the vomit trail leading to the tavern. It is as I feared. The dwarves are spending all of their time inside the fort, and so cavern sickness has taken a hold. We shall be fixing this. Later. Maybe. Moving on. Melville is back. Can't say going sleeveless was a great idea. It's a bit nippy out there. Can't depend on the warm glow of newly wedded marital bliss either. Not with the honeymoon period well and truly over. Not that there was much point to your trip either. She'll be wanting us to become an official land of the realm still, and we are going to have to refuse again. Yes, here we go, see? Sorry, Melville, we just aren't that type of fortress. Not yet, by any stretch. Why don't you grab one of the spare cloaks on your way out? No, I suppose you would have to cut that glorious hair. The things we do for fashion, eh? Now to trading, and Einod has already been requested. I can't see any wood in their inventory, and this worries me. Well, we need wood for the apparatus to move water around, and so our choices are either accepting Melville's offer, which we've just refused, or cutting our way into the caverns. Can you guess which I'm going to choose? Phlegm, you can't just let this go on. Snodford, you sound better. I found my antihistamines. Phlegm, they're feral. What are you talking about? They've run amok. They are two little girls. How much amok can they possibly have run? Oh, first they've eaten all the cookies without even sharing one. Well, I did make them for them. They used the fizzy pop to burp the alphabet. A little yucky, but harmless. They've licked all the curtains in the living room. What? They got muddy footprints on the ceiling in the hall, drew on the walls in the den, swapped the forks and spoons in the cutlery drawer, and braided Graham's hair. Gainsborough doesn't have any hair.
Yes, I do. I keep it in a box under my bed.
Well, that's just weird.
Do something.
I am. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, another dwarf has gone into a strange mood. This time it's Solon dwelling rampart. A novice carpenter who has claimed a carpenter's workshop and is making something out of the last of the green glass and cave blob leather. Which I think is a dig at your mum. So far at Mirrorgleam, our artifacts have been nothing short of disappointing, and I believe they will continue in this vein until I can be bothered to set up a weaponsmithing guild to trick the dwarves into all becoming legendary masters at it. Let's wait a tick to see how Solon adds to the disappointment. Oh, and do you know, it's actually rather interesting. Not the artifact itself. He's made a fungi wood splint called Lotol Rab, or Order Glowed. No, the interesting part is that he claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Alath Glacier Cloisters. But they aren't related. I checked Legends mode even, and except for the fact both of them were generated from thin air in the year they both arrived as migrants, they aren't related in the, biblical sense. So, what he's done is tied some fungus together with bits of blobby leather and slapped them into Alath's hand, glass shard side down. I'm guessing she declined his advances. At least I hope that's what just happened. It does bear striking resemblance to a paddle, I'm told. Now feast your eyes on this. Just south of the big circle, and more importantly, the well. This new reservoir that's carved into the aquifer down here. Turns out a 1x2 well isn't really sufficient for filling the main reservoir in anything under many multiple centuries. So this here is the second reservoir we've created to fill the first. Which I still can't remember the point of. I'll find my notes eventually. It's fine. The issue now is one of power. Pumping power. With a pump stack built, my first I must add, and thank me for the diagrams online, I found to my dismay that we don't quite have the required number of windmills to power it all, being short 1 1/20 windmills thanks to the long line of axles. What does all this mean? Well, it means that we need wood. And what does that mean? Well, if we wait for somebody to make their way to this single block designated for digging... Yes, it's finally time! Now that we've cracked the seal on the caverns, I think it prudent we do a little scouting, and for that we shall be enlisting Domas and Lorbam. It is what they've been training for, after all. The caverns can be a dangerous place, and... yes, see what I mean. Troglodytes. These lichen-licking, knuckle-dragging five-head owners have obviously just been waiting for any excuse to climb our stairs and begin ravishing our women. All 2 of them. Well, I thought ahead, and they have been stopped by their one weakness. A locked door. Yes, skulk back off. Jumped forward a little and you can see we've created an airlock to... Oh my me! Domas shot off like a rocket. Oh, and while the cat's away... Hold it! Ha ha ha! Nearly, you sneaky little... Go, Domas! I think he might be relieving some of his pent-up aggression. Yes, now he's just running headlong into the cavern darkness. Right, we'd better call him back. There's still a handful of the... There he goes! Good me, he's like a terrier among rats. Oh, hello, Lorbam. Better late than never, I suppose. And Domas explodes away again. But I guess this time it was just wind. That'd be the plump helmets. Oh dear, taking a look at Lorbam now, he doesn't seem to be enjoying the little fighting he has done. Maybe Domas will need a second. With that all done, we can at least reap the reward for a well-defended cavern. Wood! Glorious in its fibrous beauty. Fantastic job, Domas, and you did fine, Lorbam. But before we can get to testing the pumps, we have a new dwarf in a strange mood, and that makes it 3 in this episode, now 2. This is becoming a habit. Sarvesh Seal Tongues, very menacing name. He's an expert leather worker, and he's gone straight to the leather worker's workshop, if you'd believe it. Oh, and he's done collecting things and started work. On to the pump stack. Right, we'll just pull this lever. And as you can see, the axles are spinning and the water is pumping. Just look at that. Now, granted, I've never had the best luck with water, especially where frames are concerned. And technically we need all of the materials that are currently being washed away, so we can't keep filling it just yet. And I still can't recall what the snod we were doing it for, but still, doesn't it look marvellous? So we pulled the lever again, and with any luck the water shall soon stop. Please me let the water stop. Oh, and Sarvesh is done. And no, it still hasn't stopped yet. Sana da Calm, morning fortune. Incredibly close to glory there, Savesh. It's a reindeer leather toga, and he's offered it to Misdeeds, which is the translation of our site's government of Sodinod. Yes, that is close to Snod, but I checked, it's just a coincidence. It's worth barely anything, it stinks of reindeer, and short of using it as a Mirrorgleam equivalent of a dunce cap, I don't know what we'll do with it. Thank you, Savesh. And with that final wet fart of an artifact, I shall leave you. Mirrorgleam is really coming along, and my plans, which I can't remember. Remember? Yes, well, they're coming along famously too. With the reservoir done, our sort of secondary objective for this series, I can begin focusing again on the initial. And with my hope to keep the series down to low double digits, you can assume, provided things go to plan, that we're about halfway there. Or we're not. Guess you'll have to keep watching. But thank you all for watching. I truly hope you enjoyed yourselves today, and I'll see you again next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon. So they're gone? Yes, but before they left, they said they'd pretend they never came to keep our location a secret. That's good. Graham, are you wearing the hair?
It makes me feel pretty.
It's all such nonsense, Tat.
All right there, Flemmo.
What? Oh, hello, Snodford. Yes, I'm fine. It's just my dwarves. They keep making useless artifacts.
Regretting not letting me fiddle with them now, are you?
No, but I mean, look at them. They're all junk.
Well, hang on. There's a big gemstone there.
It's glass.
That's costume jewellery. Got it. Well, you ever thought it's your attitude?
What? My attitude? How?
Remember when I upgraded your infinite cosmic power to the 9.7 billion RXS?
Yes?
Well, the RXS comes with the deluxe anticipation notion rationale drive, the pinnacle of artificial intelligence assistance. Auntie Nora will learn the kind of person you are and then endeavour to assist you in staying that way.
Right.
That's their slogan, actually. You're already the better you.
What's all this got to do with my shoddy artifacts?
Isn't it obvious? Auntie Nora knows you're a cantankerous old fart, so she's keeping you that way.
Oh, you nasty little... Kutam milunu dizuamid. Welcome one and all to the fort filled with the downright dandiest, diligent, dapper, decent detachment of dwarves a deity ever did deign to design, develop, and delight in. That we all called Mirrorgleam, of course. We find ourselves hovering over the large combination tavern and temple that we made a good few episodes ago. The dwarves have named them, of course. We have the ochre dessert for the tavern. I'm led to believe this is because since Domas began training in the military, other less capable dwarves have taken to cooking meals. The joke the dwarves are making, and you must admit it's very, very funny, is that a meal here is often followed by a rousing round of food poisoning. Hence the, yellowish dessert. The temple, then, is named the Sienna Shrine. This, and again we must commend the dwarves on their wit, is because of its being situated inside the tavern, and thus often the recipient of, liquid tithes. Oh, thank me, it's Melville. Welcome, welcome.
We're happy to see you this year, and that's because I've decided that because our dwarves are just so incredibly wonderful, amazing, and may I just say, looking as though they've lost a little weight, well, yes, we're going to accept the offer to become a Land of the Realm and the Baron title that comes with it. Our current expedition leader, Yoris, will be who I'm putting forward for the honour, and we'll be looking to him in a moment. First, on to glorious trade requests. And what we're requesting is a wagon load of clothes and leather. A leather to bring our stocks back up, and clothes to take the weight off our poor weavers and clothiers. Certainly not just so we can get some other skills going in the fortress. Canyon Humour want legwear and thread, which are both very doable, but I doubt very much I'll remember. We'll keep to the Fath Cal. So long, Melville. May you not lament your time away from our fort of practical Adonises too much. And here's our man of the hour, Yorist Shoot Voices. Once a petty confidence trickster turned milkman, now the Baron of Mirrorgleam. Only 20 dwarves strong, but still one of the most financially powerful fortresses of the Geshud Sting Ball. He's going to need some better quarters, along with some other rooms, and we'll begin working on those behind the scenes. Why prepare for something when you can scramble to accommodate your decisions after the fact? His day shouldn't change over much. He's been tavern keeper at the Lumpy Yellow Pudding for the last few years, and with feeding dwarves alcohol and listening to their woes, well, it's kept him busy anyway. No good, he's already making demands. This was exactly why I didn't. No, be nice. Statues. Well, this would be a wonderful time to request some in your image, Yorist. As Baron of Mirrorgleam, your likeness should be front and centre. It's got to be in here somewhere.
Hello, Mr. Crivis.
Oh, hello, Gainsborough. Have you seen my old infinite cosmic power? I swear I left it in the closet in the spare room, but it's not there.
Yes, I have.
Oh, good. Saved me searching through the boxes in the attic. Where was it?
In Snod's hands.
What? When?
Last year. Just before summer.
Oh, that rotten little...
He used it to create a world inhabited by sentient jelly babies.
What?
Said he wanted to know if they'd grow up and create more.
How ghastly! Did it work?
No. He left the portal open and next door's dog got in.
Oh, is that why it...
Died. Yes. All them sweets are bad for a little doggy.
You could say it met with a sticky end.
No.
Yes, bad taste, really.
Couldn't say. They had it cremated.
Oh, damn, not yet. I haven't been nice enough. Domas has gone into a strange mood. We all know Domas. He's a skilled cook and organizer, but I feel it's probably his stone cutting that'll be utilised here. I just want one weapon artifact. Is that too much to ask? Well, maybe if what he makes is heavy enough, we can load it into a minecart and fling it at our enemies. Let's give him a minute. While we do, I wanted to show you what I found in the caverns. A helmet snake! Now, it's no forgotten beast, but it is at least something I felt I could turn my hand to and draw. And here that is. Yes, it's just a generic snake, but with extra horns. Can you tell I miss our beasts? Part of why I accepted the barony request. Now our riches will grow and we should start seeing my old friends again. Domas is done. And he's created Umid Casban Zuntir Agoth, Full tuft the anvil of competing. Now, the first interesting thing is he claims it as a family heirloom, but in Einod's family name. That's Einod his wife, not that there is another Einod, I just wanted to be clear. Which is, of course, adorable. Second interesting thing is that it has upon it an image of Socket Rhyme the Erased Omen, which was the very last artifact to come out of Hammerlock before all that horrible opening a hole to the blackest pits nonsense. Now, it's not worth a lot of Fathcal, the thing's only made from magnetite, but an iron-bearing stone crown with the image of a dwarven steel pick makes for one heck of a powerful symbol. Too bad the name's gibberish. But thank you, Domas. I am genuinely pleased. Moving on, and you find us now above the bedrooms, just to the west of the
Big circle.
At the entrance to the area, you should just about be able to spot some new ramps that lead upwards into our Baron's new quarters. Open to the
Big circle.
Though we'll more than likely add some sort of railing, is what will become a throne room once I find a suitable material for a throne to be made from. A simple rock would be inadequate for our powerfully handsome Baron. Is that too much? It felt a little much. To the north, a combination bedchamber and cosy dining area resplendent with 2 statues pertaining to Mirrorgleam. To the south, a long study that will allow him to complete his barony duties in style. To the west, a modest tomb with statues dedicated to Yorist himself, surrounded by his fellow dwarves in awe of his magnificence. Yes, then to the east are 2 antechambers, both holding single statues to Mirrorgleam's favourite imaginary friend, Avaz the Cobalt, the so-called god of minerals. We, of course, are aware that this is nothing more than a load of old nonsense superstition from a group of brain-dead an interesting example of traditional dwarven myth that I, for one, completely commend. Oh no, Moses has gone into a strange mood now. And I say oh no because Moses is our doctor, but mostly he spends his time as the fort's main farmer. So, though he's a legendary planter, it's just digging a hole and... No, stop it, Flemothy. His next best skill is as a competent weaver. Much like most of our dwarves, because like hauling, it's a job I just leave to whomsoever has the spare time. This means his claiming the clothier's workshop doesn't surprise me in the slightest and fills me with zero optimism for his artifact. Let's give him a minute. I can't believe you did this to me.
Me? You jumped at the idea of an upgrade?
Well, yes, back before I knew what it would do to my dwarves.
It isn't doing anything. This is all you. Your complete inability to be pleasant. Your constant sniping and griping, moaning and whinging.
Well, I don't think...
Auntie Nora's just picked up on all that negativity and now she's giving it back in spades.
Well,
ever since Graham and I so kindly decided to cohabitate with you to lessen the burden of one poor deity living alone, you've been cold, unwelcoming and not a little bit dictatorial in your position as head of this house.
But it's my house.
See, there you go again, swinging your big dictates around. Auntie Nora is a mirror on a soul. Only you can decide if what she shows is something you can stand to look at.
I need time to think.
Glad I don't have an Auntie Nora.
No worry there.
'Cause I don't have an ICP.
No, 'cause it don't exist. I made it up.
You really are a coprolite.
Yep.
And it's as I feared. Moses has created a sheep wool head veil named Tet Oth Thad. The lone crowd. That's a contradiction even.
It's a big head doily dedicated to 2 things in 3 images. The first is Sarvesh and his reindeer leather toga from last episode, Morning Fortune. The second is a simple image of our Queen Law, surrounded by dwarves on her coronation day. This is me reaping what I've sown. A teapot cozy dedicated to a fashion that died out in the 2nd century, and a queen we've never met and probably never will. Oh yay, and now Law has gone into a strange mood, is also overburdened by skill as a weaver, and has manned the clothier's workshop. We'll skip right to our new hanky. Oh wait, it's another veil. Monom Bactus Vabok Ushil. Paper shatters the orbs of ice. It's got an image on it of a dwarf. This particular dwarf is Olon Praise Rim. Now I know what you're thinking. Ha ha ha, Praise Rim. But what you should be thinking is who on Phlegm's Dimension of Destiny is Olon Praise Rim? Well, she was a denizen of canyon humour who died in its defence against an elven horde in the year 14, alongside her husband Moldath. Why did I look into Moldath? Well, I wanted to know if either of them had met Law before. Perhaps there had been some dirty third-wheeling going on that would at least explain the dedication to somebody who died 36 bloody years ago. And no, not with Law being created out of nothing in the 45th year. But snod it, I don't see why I should be the only miserable being. Law remembers his time as the plaything of the Baroness and her husband with great sadness and loss at their passing. Take that, Auntie Nora. And you know what? Take this too. A weaponsmithing guild hall situated where the old furniture stockpile was in the Turtle. I did as I threatened and made a quantum one above. But yes, try to mess with this all-powerful deity and see my response. With this being the only guild hall in the fortress, we should see skills rising quickly, and the days of shoddy clothing artifacts should be swiftly behind us. We're a serious fort of serious dwarves, not the Gap. Oh, Melville is back, and that's all fine and dandy, but the truly exciting sight is that of our new traders' wagons. Well, wagon singular for now, but that shall change as we continue to grow as a fort. Wait, what is Melville saying? Oh no, not more. She comes empowered to elevate these lands in the eyes of our realm. To the uninitiated, she is talking about making Mirrorgleam a county. We've had a baron for a year, and if we accept this, and we are forced to accept, then Eurist becomes a count. What with all his requests for bolts and statues behind the scenes, he's been being a bit of a count as it was. Well, we'll have to accept and get on with stroking his inflating ego with bigger and better quarters. Ah. Oh, and we're requesting leather. You wouldn't believe how quickly dwarves go through shoes. They never pick their feet up, you see. Well, imagine having size 11 feet on such short legs. It's like walking with skis. Canyon humour want quivers if you're interested. And Amos has gone into a strange mood. That makes it 4 me-damned artifacts in one episode. And he's claimed a mechanics workshop, which I think means mechanisms again. Frankly, with this one I'm just glad he didn't try to create some sort of milking-related artifact. High Master Milker. Who judges? Is it the sheep? Bah! Well, he's done, and yes, it's a mechanisms that he's named Cocky Brag. Ha! Talk about thematic! It translates to dwell clapped, which I believe is some sort of saying the youths employ to mean being defeated in one's own abode. Seeing as it's outdone all previous artifacts this episode in Fathcal, I think you can see why. It's not a weapon, but
good job anyway, Amos. Things are getting on, and so I have decided today is the day. The day for what, I hear you all think. All except for you, still laughing at Praise Rim. Good me. It is, of course, the day to take our first big step towards the completion of this fortress's main function. As you can see, the vast majority of our dwarves are currently enjoying themselves in the stomach butter souffle. This is so that none of them should come to harm from this. Do it, I nod. Well, hey! What you have just witnessed was the dropping of the surface level plug for the reverse tower our dwarves have been digging out for the last few years. Tons of rock, and luckily not Einod, tumbling down through layers of stone floor, smashing to a final end at the bottom of the reservoir. Whoops, looks like some of the reservoir floor was also rock ceiling for the caverns below. Need to patch that up sharpish, but anyway. Yes! We are now the proud owners of a big hole that goes from the top of the Mirror of Destiny all the way to the top of the first cavern level. And what's it all for? Well, that would be telling. Oh, damn, the dwarves are all stuck in the tavern and nobody can access their bedrooms. I didn't think this through, did I? Ah, well, that's a problem for future me. And with that, we shall follow Einod around as she tries to make the best of a bad situation. That is, slowly starve whilst doing minor chores. Mirrorgleam, as the fortress after what I would consider my first real fortress of Hammerlock, had big boots to fill. At first I was happy just easing into things, but now I feel it's time to really get this baby started. Crumpet Sounds too has come a long way from the humble little 300 sub-channel it was this time last year. Nearly 1,000 subscribers on, and the fire that burns in my soul for this second vocation has only grown. This is because of you. You wonderful few who watch, comment, like, and subscribe. I'm no blind or crug smash, barely a minnow beside their whale sharks in an ocean vast and dark. You are my sun and moon, my stars and red and white blinking lights of passing aeroplanes that keep me at the surface, in range of the seabirds of success. Well, tortured metaphor aside, I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I shall see you all again next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Nanus Eshon. Here, Phlegm, I was thinking, a way you could appease Auntie Nora would be to give me, what's that? This? It's a fully functional Napoleonic 12-pound cannon, and it's loaded. Graham told you? Yes. Gainsborough? Ah, there you are. While you're out, would you pick up some eggs?
I don't think they got those at the hospital.
Well, no, they wouldn't. None you'd want in a salad, anyway. But on the way back.
How can you be so calloused? Thinking of salad while our friend lies this close to death.
It was going to be omelettes, actually. But anyway, he's got kidney stones. He's just making a fuss for attention.
Oh, is that all? I got stem. No big deal.
You've got kidneys?
Yeah, stone ones.
Right.
Still, can't be good mixing rock and flesh. Remember when I had meat balls? Made a right mess of my pants.
What?
The missus weren't happy. Said she didn't see how I could perform without them.
What?
The kiddies were disappointed.
No, wait!
But how's a clan supposed to work on an empty stomach with tomato sauce on his big baggy trousers?
Oh, meatballs!
Yeah, I missed the feeling, you know?
Being a clown?
No, the meatballs. They were warm.
Kutam ilunu dies were mead. Welcome one and all to the party that can never end at the precipice that was badly planned in the fortress that we all call Mirrorgleam. And it's a doozy of an episode that we've got for you today, with our first mission being to clean up the messes we left for ourselves last episode. The majority of our dwarves probably aren't having too bad a time of being locked in the chunky chunder chocolate mousse, but our count at least will start getting testy if we don't get him back to asking for more bolts to be made for the crossbows we don't have. Not only that, but we've 2 dwarves not currently in here, and for them at least we should probably get a shift on and start digging. And after a small period of me forgetting to unburrow the dwarves, we get to watch a small handful of miners take it in turns digging their way to freedom. It's like leapfrog, but with pickaxes. With the penultimate block broken, the miner utilizes their ability to turn relative to the Z-axis and trots through the seemingly non-existent gap between 2 diagonally touching walls. Thus begins the flood out of the acid burp banoffee pie, and one at least of our tasks is now complete. Oh, and the poor Rimtar has made his way to the tavern. Half-starved and dry as a bone. No Einod, though. I do hope she's okay. Not enough to check. Well, we've had nobody find her desiccated remains, so I'm sure she's fine. What isn't fine is this gaping hole where my reservoir bottom should be. Nobody needs a fortress-sized colander. So, here we go fixing that. Now, yes, it's only floors, and so we'll need to build up from below to get a full block beneath the water. Don't want stray objects from above smashing holes in our reservoir again now, do we? But for now, at least, this'll stop giant cave swallows from rampaging through the fort. Thankfully, troglodytes have yet to embrace their ownership of opposable thumbs, and as such, have not invented grappling hooks or ladders. Well, it's been a long time coming, but finally, the creature I created to help elderly women discover video games from their youth, Unu Anan Gogan Go, has come. And all that time being essentially tech support for the aged seems to have driven it quite mad. Already it's torn through the few denizens of the caverns it could find in this short time and shows no sign of stopping. Here's the picture I drew of it again. It was made of pure coal, but many years of stomping and frustration seems to have turned its feet into diamonds. I probably should have paid it. Ah well. Now, before Unu interrupted us, I was about to show you this. At the top of the Mirror of Destiny, in our previous
Big circle
is the lip of the hole. This space used to be occupied by an earthen plug before Einod cut it clear and sent it tumbling. The issue with that is that since the Mirror of Destiny is rather a cold place, and as we all know, access to the sun in a cold place causes the instant freezing of water, our plan for a reservoir is hampered somewhat by the fact we can't fill the dang thing. Not only that, but unless what we were making was a massive skating rink, actually, No, focus, Flemothy. We need to replug the hole. To that end, I am getting our dwarves to create a scaffolding of flooring in a shape best suited to plug the most space with the least flaw. I'm no mathematician, so there will be gaps. Here, and here. But this should do. Sadly, we of course cannot just use floors. As we are all aware, dwarves make light permeable floors so as not to hide the rock beneath their feet. Or it's a bug. Who knows? And we're following Adil, one of our original 7 dwarves who has gone into a strange mood. Despite putting in the weapons crafting guild last episode, he still happens to be a grandmaster weaver, so we shall of course be getting another clothing related artifact. Now, despite everything I said last episode, I am actually feeling pretty zen about this. Mirrorgleam was created with the express purpose of being a place to lie low for our milkmen, so it follows that the best thing for us is that we don't cause too much noise or notice, lest their past rear its ugly head. Should really have rethought their backstories, but we are where we are. Let's give Adil a moment. And he has created a sheep wool cloak named Mo Tegan. Strange gifted. It's a rather rudimentary item despite the detail work with quartz, glass, limestone and iron. No big dedications or immortalizations. Well, unless you count the pear-cut gem patch he's added to it, which I don't. A dull, boring artifact from the fort's most dull and boring dwarf. Or so it may seem. Secretly, this is of course part of his crime-fighting attire. By day, he's grumpy-mannered Adil Glazeposts. But by night, he stalks the darkened halls, looking for miscreants as the Winged Wambler. I bloody wish. Thank you for the new bedsheet, Adil. Good me, things are quiet with those 2 gone. I can almost hear myself think. Hello, Gainsborough.
Hello, Mr. Crevice. Just calling because I can't remember what colour you said you needed.
Colour?
Yes, there are loads.
Well, I don't know. Brown, I guess? Look, it doesn't matter. Just buy the cheapest dozen they've got of any colour.
That would be the matte white decorator's interior.
The what?
I know you said eggshell, but that's an extra 4 bob a can. Though they do got it in brown.
Paint! You're talking about paint!
Well, yeah.
I asked for eggs!
Oh, sorry, Mr. C. I got confused what we're talking about salads.
What?
I'll go get them after. So, how much paint should I get?
Get a couple tins of the matte white. Hello, Melville. Fine day for it, is it not? No. What's this? Domas has named his shield Uzan Oran, the Allegiance of Roaring. Another Armour Inc.'s family heirloom, and yes, that is his wife's family name again. Still adorable, but back to Melville. She's going to be able to show off the little corridor we cut out to allow our dwarves to pass into the bedrooms from the turtle. Eventually. Ah, there she goes, and into Yorist's office. Right, let's just... Oh, no, come on! We continue to impress, and she now comes empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of the realm. Oh, for me's sake, this means a duchy! We've only just got used to Yorist being a count, and now he's going to be a duke. We'll have to widen all the doors. On to trade requests, and we're asking for wood because with Unu in the caverns we may have lost access to the wood down there. And Canyon Humor want meat. Well, seeing as we frequently have to throw out our rotten sheep bits, something tells me this shan't be difficult for us to do. Thank you so very much for the new headache, Melville. Perhaps next year you could refrain from making Yorist king of the bloody Geschadsting ball. The Halloween mask I made that Snodford said I couldn't wear for fear of scarring the neighbourhood children, Beast Cog has come. 2 already? I knew digging into the caverns would be a good idea. Oh, and it's doing its part to rid said caverns of any and all signs of life, so, oh hello Unu, it's dead. And despite feeling hopeless after suffering a major injury, Unu continues on. Many more tiny creatures to squash, I suppose. At least Cog made a good showing. Them right there are some pretty battered legs. And now to the actual trading. This would be the first since the update reducing prepared meals value. As you know, the dwarves of the Geschadsting Ball call their money Fathcal, which literally just means food, or meals. Does this mean we'll need to change that? Well, no. Yes, the prices we get for prepared meal barrels are significantly reduced, but barring cut gems, they're still the most valuable things we can easily make in bulk. Before the change, we could buy out every caravan if we wanted, but never did. Now we won't be able to, but can still afford all the things we do actually need, so... Great change, 10 out of 10, no complaints. And as I said, cut gems are still worth a fortune and we literally pull them out of the ground for free, so economy be damned, I suppose. And we're following Yorist, our Duke now. A very far cry from the confidence trickster of Canyon Humor's seedier taverns. Yorist has jumped enthusiastically into his new rank of nobility, whinging now about needing a grand dining room, which is why we caught him engraving in there. Why make a new room if we can scrape by prettifying the one he's already got? We've been keeping him happy by meeting his mandates, at least. I know I keep whinging about it, but bone bolts aren't hard to make with all the reindeer we slaughter, and 2 limestone statues every couple of months isn't so bad either. Especially when we need to put something in his throne room. Or, well, just a room at the moment, as we've yet to discover a material worthy of a duke's bottom. But yes, with bolts and statues as mandates, bolts and statues are what he prohibits us from trading. And who on my dimension of destiny would use those as trade goods? No. All in all, I think we're happy with the Duke we've got. Even if he's claimed 2 bedrooms. Well, this is horrifying. We're following Unu again for a moment, as it's just finishing up another rampage. And I wanted to show you what I'm calling the calamitous cavern creature culling. Look at all this unaliving. Troglodytes, cave crocodiles, helmet snakes, cave toads, giant spiders, blind swallows. There is nothing that creeps, crawls, or cries in these caverns that Unu won't stamp to a paste. Oh, and here he goes again. We need to get down here to sort out the underside of the reservoir. And giant bats now. we've only got 2 Dwarven warriors, and I don't like their chances against this webby sledgehammer. So, it's time for new dwarves, and new dwarves means new bedrooms. We need cannon fodder from Canyon Humour. Not to mention, now with a duchy, we should probably have more than 20 dwarves. So, I've upped our limit to 40, with a couple extra spots open for any dwarven babies that Einod might want to have with Domas. It's been that way for a while though, and no babies yet. This could be due to exasperation on Einod's part, what with her husband spending so much time in deep conversation with his shield. Or maybe it's too cold for the dwarven baby delivery mole. Like the stork, but they're dwarves, do you see? What? Kids watch these. Oh damn, another strange mood. Rimtar Bridged Oracle is a legendary miner and High Master mechanic, so this is probably going to be another mechanisms. Though Iniudan, sorry about the pronunciation, did comment last episode stating they can be one of the best artifacts to get, because the dwarves will interact with them in machines and get happy thoughts, so I'm actually rather excited. Let's give Rimtar a second. And he's created Stigaz Osal, the Rasps of Song. Oh, how wonderful! It's a limestone millstone, and the name just pertains to the sound the stone makes as it works. Grinding cave wheat to allow the fortress to be fed and prosper. It's a very nice artifact in and of itself, too, with an image of a mounted titan in pig iron on it. Very nice work, Rimtar. I think we're going to put it to immediate good use. Down here, to the north of our trade depot, is our boring, ordinary millstone, attached to the line which connects up to our windmills. Removing this entirely, we can replace it with Rimtar's Stigaz Osal and Amost's Cocky Brag from last episode, to create a super milling station that, when used, should hopefully give our dwarves a double dose of happy thoughts. Unless interactions with millstones don't work like with wells, in which case, oh well. And that's going to do it for another episode. So very glad to be drawing beasts again after far too long a break. No more needing to scribble the more mundane creatures, though I'll probably still do that on occasion. There's something about Dwarf Fortress creatures, isn't there? I want to thank you all for watching as usual, but with a little extra oomph, because you truly wonderful few who do take the time to watch seem to be the only people the YouTube algorithm seems capable of discovering for my content. I'm not sure why. I would hope there's a wider audience for what we do here. I mean, I've spoken to some of you and you're not all breadbaskets. But there it is. If you've got any ideas or criticisms, then please don't hesitate to pop them in the comments. The outpouring of love and support is wonderful, of course, but YouTubers, like plants, need fertilizer to grow, so get spraying. Yes. Snodford's height and Gainsborough's hair collection are off limits, though. Anyway, to repeat myself, thank you all for watching. I truly hope you enjoyed yourselves and shall see you again next time. Anus Eshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon. Hello everyone, John here. I just wanted to add something to the end quickly. If you're part of the Discord, then you're already aware that I'm going through a rough patch with my mental health, and this episode was kind of touch and go for a little while. Making videos for this channel is a huge source of joy for me, and I cannot begin to tell you how distraught I was at the prospect of not being able to post. So I want to thank my wife, the most wonderful, beautiful, incredible woman on the planet, for supporting me through hell. I love you more than life.
I'm back, Mr. C.
Ah, brilliant, just in time for lunch.
Here you go.
There's nothing here.
Yeah, there is. A dozen of the finest mouse eggs.
Ah,
Damn, I forgot to paint.
Graham, what are you like? What? What is he like? What?
I was just telling Snodford how I got my missus to like me.
Like you? I'd like to know how you got her to acknowledge you at all.
We met on a hill. I was immediately taken by her likeness to the lady what works the door at the local pub.
'Cause it was her?
Yeah.
Probably propping it open.
The beguiling blooms of white and lilac lichen across her lack of neck. The fragrant ring of petrichor, like nose rainbows, after the drizzle what we just had. The way she just sat there, watching me, like a duck.
A duck? They swallow rocks to help digest their food. No teeth like. Anyway, tell him the next bit.
Oh yeah. So I says, what's a fancy lady like you doing on a hill like this? And we had a magical evening.
And?
Now I'm banned from the park.
Cool tam ilunu dees were mead. Welcome one and all to the most animal-friendly place to bring up the healthiest technically lit sheep that this dimension has ever heard bleat distressingly in the murk, that we all call Mirrorgleam. Talking of the sheep, I decided that 4 new lambs every 5 minutes is possibly a little on the excessive side of often, and so have tasked the dwarves with dealing with the symptoms rather than the cause. Well, it was hardly a choice. Our old rams are all string and gristle, and nothing compares to lamb chops. Now, did I have to keep this particular piece of recording for the introduction? Long-time watchers know the answer to this. I don't do second takes. Besides, I have it on good authority that lambs don't feel a thing. Or is that fish? Ah, well. Moving on, and here you can see the dwarves have begun filling in the hole above the big circle, as I said they would have to last episode. This dangerous task is made even more so by the sheer number of them suffering with cavern sickness. Would that this were the only issue, but sadly, it's not. With what I had planned for the big circle, I mentioned I would need the water in what would be the reservoir to be a little more sloshy than it wants to be now it has been opened to the sky. The issue stems from what the game considers to be subterranean and what overground. In essence, once you take the lid off the box, you unleash the collectible charm bracelets, and no amount of building above can save your wallet from the frivolous pointlessness of it all. By which I mean, now the reservoir bottom is considered overground and no longer benefits from the subterranean temperatures to keep our water vulnerable to buckets. Add to that the strange interaction that this has with the rules for building by the map border, and we've got a big headache. Namely, mine. But never fear, Dwarf Fortress can always add to that. Here we see a feathery smear that used to be 1/6 of a Kia attack. Luckily dealt with swiftly by one of our backup miners, Aban short-aged. Took a bruise to the right arm, but otherwise is absolutely fine. Yes, he's a solid little dwarf. Oh, what's this? Uneasy after a lack of decent meals for too long. Well, that's ridiculous. I know for a fact that we have an abundance of the best prepared meals that prepared meals can buy. Though I must say I had noticed a lot of the dwarves munching down quick snacks of whatever wibbly-wobbly purple things they can grab from the butchered meat stockpile near the sheep. Maybe we're working them too hard. Yes, This is a joint venture. Oh look, Domas dealt with another Kia, and nary a scratch on him. And it begins. The steady stream of stolid little strangers stamping the sticking snow from their stompers amid the stone stalagmites of Mirrorgleam. I am talking, of course, of migrants. And two of the fresher-faced of our fresh faces are Avaz and Monom. Avaz Fountain Ears is a 7-year-old who recovers slowly from the ear infections he should probably have grown out of by now, and is fascinated by doors. He's a sweet boy, slow to anger and merciful, values nature and good with language. I see him either as a replacement for Alath Glacier Cloisters, who trains animals about as frequently as I spontaneously combust, or as a librarian, if and when I ever get around to setting a library up. Then there's his sister, Monom Gemstrapped, a 5-year-old who values tranquility, so a bloody unicorn as far as I'm concerned. She's taken a liking to one specific bismuth bronze mini forge and has been happily playing nearby the weaponsmithing guild. So I don't think it takes a genius to figure out what I'm hopeful for here. Moving on again, and you can just about see the issue I was talking about with map edges. Just here there's a somewhat clear end to the building designations in our reservoir cork. And that is because that now the bottom of the reservoir is seen as the top, the game will no longer allow me to build here for fear of blocking map edge spawns. I don't know how the dwarves perceive this. Maybe it's really windy. Regardless, I can easily amend my above-ground plans to account for the map edge. The true issue is none of this counting because our subterranean tiles below are no longer. I'll reinstall DF hack, grab my long dribbly candles and summoning chalk from my demonic airing cupboard on the landing and see what can be done. Before we get to all of that, new migrants means we can replace Domas and Lorbam in the military. So here we can see Edem, Datan, Sarvesh, Rakust and Zolban, all training together in the new and improved barracks beside the sheep pit, with the squad dormitory attached to the north. Neither Domas nor Lorbam were having a good time of being warriors anymore, and with our caverns being stalked by a webby beast, I didn't want any of our fighting faces to be ones we recognized. So, actually, forget their names. These 5 are the Golden Locks: curly, frizzy, short, morning, and hat. With a little training and less armor, they should be ready to face the caverns in no time.
I can't really comment.
Nah, I suppose not. Can't comment on what?
Well, that's a silly question.
What? Why? He just said he can't comment. If he told you what he can't comment on, he'd have to comment on it, and he can't do that. Why is dragging me in always your first answer to boredom? No comment. Yes, well, I wasn't interested in your little comment or not comment anyway. Waste my time with nonsense. Not like I haven't got loads to do already.
That was fun and all, but I still can't comment.
Yeah. Should have got the new Wi-Fi password from him first, really. We're following on Get Silvery Vault as he goes into a strange mood. If you don't recognize him, that's because he's one of our new migrants. And normally this would mean we shouldn't expect anything too interesting from him, which is added to by his claiming the leatherworker's workshop. But But of all the new migrants, Onget has been the quickest to take a shine to one of our Mirrorgleam founders, that being Adil. Can't say as I see the appeal myself, Adil being a grumpy old coot, but there we go. We'll give him a minute anyway. And he's created Tangerig Tangerthostath, Tickbank the Trampled Esteem. Oh me, it's a cape! Does this mean?
The dimension of destiny needs a savior. A hooded hero cloaked in wool and midnight. A vermin knight with cute little paws of justice. A symbol of a clear lack of cats, but mostly of all that is right and good.
And a wobbin.
The Winged Wambler.
Well, blow me down, I was wrong about Adil. It would seem he has taken a young, ward in the form of Onget, and the Wobbin now stands for justice alongside the Winged Wambler. For those who missed my illustrative representation of Onget in his crime-fighting attire, hidden as it was behind his more experienced partner, here it is again. I am particularly proud of the bent W on his build. Marvellous. And he named the cape Tickbank the Trampled Esteem, so don't blame me. Now on to something truly incredible. I fixed it! It took some serious work on my part, having to convert each individual overground airspace into subterranean airspace, and a painstaking process that left me finger-sore and choking on candle smoke. But now we have an underground reservoir once more! Now, yes, I had to materialize several tons of solid rock where once there was none, and I was a little liberal with it down below in my frustration. But we'll now have no more issues with unpourable water below. And above is prepared for the next step in my Mirrorgleam plans. For those who are interested, it would appear it's something to do with ray tracing from the sky flicking a switch. Once the switch has been flicked, the space is just always considered overground. So if you ever find yourself wanting to replicate what I've done here, just make sure you cover over your floor plug with solid blocks before you let it drop. Or build a fortress in a warm biome. Do what you want, I'm not your nan. And it's new migrants again. Just a couple this time, we're pretty close to the new cap now. There's Erdim Lanternblot, a talented siege engineer with some experience as a Marks Dwarf. Very interesting. And he's pusillanimous, which is just a fancy word for cowardly, so we'll probably never make use of him in this manner. No matter, there's always more than enough stone to be relocated. Then we have Vuka, Duradimash. She's an accomplished pump operator that's good with language, as you'd need to be whilst performing repetitive up and down motions with your arms. She values competition, so I guess we know who will be heading up our future lie-making tournaments, provided she isn't too frail to perform. A fantastic asset to our fortress anyway. Welcome, Vuka! How on my dimension of destiny I got through that, I don't know. What are you trying to do to me, Dwarf Fortress? Mind me! Oh, now here's something lovely. In our last trade with the mountain home, I was able to procure a female for our sweet Idar too, and she's born her first puppy. This cute little bundle of joy is the beginning of what I hope will be a supplement to the golden locks. More bodies to throw into the meat grinder that are the stalking grounds of Unu. Though, in all honesty, things have been quiet on the Cavern front. But yes, no name for the little beast, and no sense in getting attached after all. But still, it's lovely to see. It's too bad we're all out of sticks for him to chase, but with the fear of Unu... No. Do you know what? It's been a handful of months. I'd say our warriors have had more than enough time to prepare themselves for an early retirement. It's time to fill the stockpile again. The warriors and woodcutters are trickling down, and so far no sign of any troglodytes. That was my first worry. Every other time I've opened the caverns, we've had a pack of the knobbly-headed sods make a beeline for our stairs. And the trees begin to fall. Mushroom trees, but still they're somehow woody enough to work. Still no cavern response, but we didn't get ourselves an awful lot of wood yet either, so we'll have to delve deeper, and that always goes bad for dwarves. The golden locks move up, and close behind them are the woodcutters. The trees are falling, and the fort layabouts start paying their way, ferrying logs back to the stockpile to power our metal industry once more. And with a complete lack of retaliation from the caverns, we'll close the drawbridge and rejoice at our fine fungus fuel source. Fantastic job, dwarves! Hey, Phlegm, is this your subscription to What Bridge Monthly? What? Oh, yes, I subscribed last month. Fair enough. Wish you told me you'd subscribed. Well, what's it to you? Well, it's just, then I wouldn't have had a little altercation with Graham about it. You thought it was his because he's a troll. Well, yeah. He called me a bergamot. Said I should get a subscription to What Triathlon. Bergamot and subscribe to... Oh, for the love of me. I wish I hadn't bloody subscribed to What Eldritch Abomination. Why don't you get a hobby? I got one. Nearly 2 years into my subscription of What Blood Pressure. First edition came with my very own monitor and cuff. Go bother Gainsborough. I'm seeing if I can reach the high triple digits. Get out! It's that time of year again. Melville is here. And I haven't got the game paused. I think she's just out here tying her shoelaces. Ah, there we go. As usual, however, we aren't as happy to see Melville as we are to see the traders' wagons, which we can't really get to until we've dealt with Melville, so let's get to. She says there's information to share, but it's just our Queen Law sending more warriors to the elves, so we can skip it. And despite the full stockpile of wood we have right now, we shall be requesting more. Honestly, Melville, as much as Canyon Humor can spare, please. In thanks, we'll provide you with all the... trousers you desire. Anu Zeshon, Melville. And now for the traders. We'll be buying wood and fish and whatever else that takes our fancy because, again, prepared meals are still OP. Oh, and just maybe something for Yorist's throne. Really do have to stop procrastinating on that. Now, how wonderful is this? Our newest little migrant, Monom, has gone into a strange mood. She's claimed a craftsdwarf's workshop, so spin the wheel for what we're going to get, but frankly I think it's just too darling that she's making anything at all to be anything but thrilled. We're going to give you some time, little one. Don't rush yourself, and we'll be back when you're done. While we wait for her, we can say hello to our new and probably final migrant, Izam Drill Orb. A relatively young individual with some novice skills in a handful of rather interesting areas. We can always make use of more hands, especially ones attached to persons who are slow to anger. So, welcome, Izam. Already enjoying himself in the Weapon Makers Guild, always lovely to see. And now, off to get something to eat perhaps, or... Oh, Monom is already done. That bodes ill. Gusgas het vath. Stoked scandals. A highly political statue regarding the appointment of Lord Hollow Anvils, our queen, to the position of general and queen, and the creation of Mirrorgleam thereafter. Oh dear, it would seem our little hideaway in the snow has become something of a symbol of anti-monarchist sentiments in the mountain home. Quite how this has been conveyed to and then understood by and reflected on in figurine form by a 5-year-old is completely beyond me. Oh, that's how. Thank you, Monom. And that's going to do it for another episode. Now that the main issues with the reservoir have been overcome, I can focus on getting over the next hump, which is making our secondary reservoir big enough to actually fill the main one before all the water evaporates. I am really rather bad at all this. Regardless, thank you all for watching. I do hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I'll see you again next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Eshon.
Do you think we said like, comment and subscribe enough?
They'd have to be pretty daft to not have noticed. Oh, damn. Yeah, well, at least they'll have a reason to rewatch now. He's not gonna let you keep it.
Well, I'm gonna ask anyway.
He's gonna say no.
Not nesting celery.
Nesting what?
Mr. Crevice, can I keep...
No, Gainsborough. I've already told you that the revolting tub of hair has to stay in the shed.
I'm not asking about Boxweek. He's still not house-trained yet.
No, what is it then?
I found this egg on the front porch.
You found it? It was my boot it's stuck to. What on my dimension of destiny?
It's pretty big, so I thought it might be a horse egg. But Snodford says there aren't any horses round here, so it's more likely a ostrich egg or something.
He did he?
So, can I keep it? It's all alone in the world, and I think it needs me.
I don't see why not.
Yay! I'm gonna go make a box up for it. Then I can show it the garden and the shed.
I thought I told you to stay out of my dimension. Whatever do you mean, Phlegm? Give it up! I know a giant cave spider egg when I see one. Busted. You're lucky this is going to be hilarious. Kutamilunu Dizuamid. Welcome one and all to the only logical place to dig rooms in the shape of a giant water creature. Honestly, why did I do this? That we all call Mirrorgleam. It's going to be a bitty one today. I have many things to prepare for what will be the grand finale of this series, and the most important part will take some time to do whilst also hinging on the completion of nearly everything else. A cogent paradigm might be having the wish to catapult a 3-ton stone simulacrum of Greg Page into the loading bay of your local Sainsbury's. There's an awful lot of timber sawing and rope acquiring that should be performed before you get out the rock chisels. And I would say at this point we're barely past calculating the velocity of a yellow wiggle in flight to ascertain the best point of launch. Turtle on a mountain not looking so crazy now, eh? Oh dear, we've a dwarf in a strange mood, and it's the one dwarf I hoped we'd never have occasion to note again. Vuka Duradimash. She's claimed the clothier's workshop, filled it with sheep wool cloth, and is off for more gubbins. I'm guessing this is because she's a dabbling weaver? Me knows nobody wants to see what sort of artifact could be brought forth by solely the pump operation skill, accomplished or not. Why couldn't it be lie? I know we don't have any ash to hand at the moment, but we have got charcoal, so it shouldn't be the work of more than a minute to get some lovely pre-soap going that wouldn't have to forever link the dimension of destiny to a name that I can't bloody say. Let's give her a minute. Then she has created Otho Saikad, the Wilted Rain. That's not rain like what clouds do, but rain as in what monarchs do. It is a sheep wool hood adorned with an image of Cadol Tombsrained in gemstone, that she's claimed as a personal treasure. Who is Cadol Tombsrained? Well, she was actually a dwarf that visited Mirrorgleam many years ago, as the outpost liaison after Zuglar and before Melville and, New Melville. Here we can see some reason as to why we only saw Cadol for 1 year. She was promoted to champion of the Lancers of Hardiness and married her now husband, Rovod Mirror Ages. Interesting stuff, certainly, but the question I'm sure is on all of your lips: has Vuka ever met Cadol? No, of bloody course she hasn't. She only started existing this summer. This means that either Vuka has fallen madly in love with another dwarf that she's never met, based solely on the stories told to her by dwarves, who themselves only met Cadol once for about 5 minutes, or I got blind drunk before last episode and gave Vuka a doomed homosexual love triangle backstory after reading too many early 2000s gender-flipped Harry Potter fan fictions. I'll let you lot decide amongst yourselves. Now we move on to the meat of today's plan. As I mentioned last episode, we have a slight issue with filling our main reservoir up. That being, our second reservoir is too small to do so. So here you can see the plans for the upgrade. By the by, this is my first time ever utilizing the blueprint system, and will probably be my last. I'll stick to designations my dwarves can't get to. But yes, before long the new secondary reservoir will be filled, and with that we could begin filling the main one. What's that, you're thinking? What's that hole over there in the north for? Now that would be telling. Suffice it to say, all will become clear when the time is right. The lengths I'll go to not to have to clean my own catch beast Arare Thasio Methu has come. With Unu MIA, Arare has free reign, the horse kind this time, not the monarch kind, in the caverns. This is actually a touch of bad news. We shall have need of a beast in the future, but Arare here is a little more flappy than is prudent for that purpose. For now it can stay down here, halting any attempt of the game's bringing my FPS down. But mark my words, your days are numbered, beast. And not just because I get Snodford to hollow my fish now.
Don't look now, but another dwarf has gone into a strange mood, and it's only Sarvesh fated lances. Who? Exactly. He's a dabbling clothier, because of course he is, and he's a single-minded avoider of excitement. Can you feel the boredom thrumming through the air like whatever the opposite of electricity is? Porridge? Anyway, on top of titillating with talk of tantalizing trappings and attire, he's now singing songs of sweet sorrow concerning the sorry state of our stockpile of seed-born string. That is to say, he wants pigtail thread, and we haven't any. Sort of. I'll just get this all sorted out and be back with you once he's done. Bloody dwarves. And he has created Tanga Neural, Spot Blind, a pigtail vest that he's claimed as a family heirloom. What utter nonsense! Imagine your child tugging at your crundle leather dress, and when you look down they point to the framed underwear on the mantelpiece woven from a plant named after a hog's bottom. As you look from beloved family heirloom to the wide-eyed confusion on your child's face, your heart sinks as the dreaded question is asked. Why did we strip Grandpa when he was asleep? Was it too warm in the ambulance? Technically that's 2 questions, but I forgive myself because I didn't create an artifact sweat catcher. I'm not thanking you for this one, Sarvesh. Go away and think about what you've done. Now, as you may have noticed, we've managed to complete the secondary reservoir, and based on the movement of the water, it should fill up in no time. Well, once we remove the drainage bars we set up to prevent dwarves drowning or being swept to their deaths into the caverns. I think possibly I could have created a more efficient pattern of walls on the floor above to maximize the fill rate, but it shouldn't matter all that much. I know you lot aren't aware of precisely why I'm doing all this, but suffice it to say I am getting an awful lot of satisfaction from the progress we're making. And to any lamenting the encroaching end of Mirrorgleam, like John's wife, know that the next series is one I am chomping at the bit to get to. It's going to be good. We're back in the turtle for a quick aside, as I've decided to play with something I never have before. Dye! Here in the new dyer's workshop, I've instructed our dwarves to begin colouring cloth using the dimple dye from the dimple cups we've been growing for no more reason than we can. And there we have it. Masterful sheep wool cloth dyed midnight blue with dimple dye. This should increase the value of any clothing made with it, stop our dwarves from walking into each other out in the snow, and free up some bags for use in other crafts. And why not dye the thread too? The dwarves can use it for suturing and get ambivalent thoughts when thinking of old war wounds. It's a bit of fun. And here we see Yorist having a meeting with Sarvesh in his sleep. Yes, I'd probably get out of there as quickly as I could too. But then again, I know more. We just caught the tail end of that bizarre interaction, as previously Sarvesh had been climbing prone all over our unconscious Duke. What he doesn't know can't hurt him. Hopefully. Perverted vest fanciers aside, Mirrorgleam's Duke is doing very well. Embarrassed by his lack of grand dining room, and honestly that's on me, but managing his ducal duties as efficiently as can be expected. For what was once a thief and a swindler, he seems to have a firm grasp on being a member of the nobility now, and on second thought that is perhaps not such a big surprise. We're just lucky there's no lawyers in the dimension of destiny. But yes, he's bored, a little overworked, and victim to the same aversion to prepared meals that the other dwarves are struggling with. So let's give him a little gift. We're sorry about the wait, Yorist, but here it is, your grand dining room.
Adding 2 more statues to yourself and a bunch more walls and floors to have our stone carvers scrape random carvings onto is apparently all it takes to make the cut. I hope it's everything you ever wanted. Bloody dwarves.
It's making sounds inside. It's going to hatch soon.
Nobody is going to get that reference.
What?
Oh, there you both are. Have I missed it? Are they my good towels? Well, he needed to make a nest. He could have used his own bloody towels.
I drip dry.
Me too now, apparently.
Ash, I think it's happening.
Oh!
Was it you that had under 5 seconds? Nor that thing's big. Did the giant in its name not clue you in? But what are we going to do now? I don't know. I didn't think this far ahead. Of course not. Grab that tennis racket. I'll use this umbrella to...
Daddy is coming.
Graham?
Sorry, guys. I thought ostriches were the ones with 2 legs. I didn't have enough tiny booties for the little guy.
Gainsborough?
Oh, he's fussing. I'm gonna take him out in the sunshine. Come on then, sandwich.
Sandwich? And along comes Melville. She doesn't appear to be carrying a crown or anything, so I think we're safe to let her in. We are straight to trade requests, though. Sarvesh's vest was useful in that it at least made me aware of a great lack in pigtail. So, on top of the logs we normally ask for, I'm requesting cloth and seeds. I would ask for thread, but they haven't any. Oh, and I figure why not ask for charcoal too? It's what we're mainly using the logs for, so we may as well cut out the middleman. Canyon Humor wants drinks and anvils. The former I am more than happy to provide, but we're melting all anvils down for steel, so no dice on the latter. Goodbye, Melville. Thank you for the information that our queen is still sending dwarves to die in the pointless elven war. Moving on, we're now witnessing Alath Glacier Cloisters training our animals in exactly the way I've been saying she hasn't been doing for the last few years. It would appear I must offer an apology, as it turns out she in fact needed a space dedicated to the training of animals to do so. Yes, look at the quick work she's making of it now. I'm in 2 minds as to whether I can truly be blamed for this, though. In my defense, there is nothing in the training interface that hints at the need for a training room. But then again, dwarves would die of thirst 1 tile away from a water source if their deity hadn't marked it as a place to drink from. So, let's call it an all-score draw and both learn from this little debacle. Eh, Dwarf Fortress? We're following Lytas now, who's gone into what will probably be the final strange mood of the episode. He's a professional bone carver, which begs the question of whether he does it vocationally or is just never improper with it. Which begs more questions about what being improper whilst carving bone actually entails, and proves I need to spend less time listening to what goes on in your heads, you mucky little gremlins. No idea what he's planning, as he's claimed a crafts dwarf workshop, so best we just wait and see. And he has created Amcol Stelmith Gosmer Col, Council Trest the Umbral Wheel. It's a sword! Well, okay, a training sword, but it's still a sword. Made of sheep bone and adorned with an image of our first king, Olon Ropraise, in the year 1. It's worth peanuts. It's about as sharp as warm custard, and it reeks of mutton, but it's Mirrorgleam's first offensive weapon, even if just nasally. Surprising as it may seem, though, I do in fact have an idea as to how we might put it to some use. I'll cover as what in the next episode most likely, so do be sure to subscribe not to miss out. And now we see the space I've cleared out above the sweet and sour gift to the porcelain goddess. A big squarish area that we will partition off into bedrooms and operating rooms, because this shall indeed be our new hospital. It has a well going down into its own cistern area, separate from the old one and the
Big circle?
reservoir. The general idea will be that we'll have holes to the tavern here, and therefore the stricken dwarves won't miss out on all the fun. The need for a big efficient hospital will become very obvious next episode, when we start planning for the final push, and though I won't go into detail, I can say we will almost certainly be glad for the ample space. With that all said, it is, I'm afraid, time to say goodbye for another fortnight. I know I keep mentioning it, but the end of Mirrorgleam drawing near has me all kinds of excited, and I'm glad that you few wonderful lot who keep up with the madness shall be here to see it through. Crumpet Sounds is closing in on 1,400 subscribers, and seeing as the algorithm has pencils up its nose and is saying, a wobble, I'd say we're ticking along just nicely. If you enjoyed the nonsense, unsubscribed and wanted to help us get to that figure though, well, I wouldn't be against that at all. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you again next time. Anu Zeshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus
Eshon. Who's Daddy's little ostrich?
This is a nightmare. Well, we've only ourselves to blame. I'm glad you said we. Why? That's your dressing gown it's wrapped in. No!
He's just a baby.
He's bigger than you.
He's a growing boy.
Ah, they're at it again.
I didn't say a word when it had to sleep in my sock drawer.
No, you said
I was very understanding when it claimed the dresser.
you threw a book.
And I was practically saint-like when it took over the wardrobe.
It was your kobold dictionary, which is thicker than usual because of all the pictures.
But I draw the line at this.
You haven't got a pencil.
I can lend you a pen.
Damn close.
Sort it out.
Oh no, don't come here. Hello, Snodford.
Phlegm, I can't deal with this anymore. Do you know what that denizen of the devil's own dank shed has done now?
Enlighten me.
He strung me four-poster up with its nether ropes and made an honest-to-Eunice nest in our bloody room.
What a scamp.
You what? Oh, you're loving this, aren't you?
Oh, quite. It's every deity's dream to house two idiots and their pet nightmare. No, I'm just furnished with two things you lack. Knowledge and patience.
Eh?
The knowledge that although giant cave spiders can live for 30 years, that is the females.
Oh.
Male giant cave spiders only live for a few weeks. Then I have the patience to let nature take its course.
Oh.
Yes, soon this situation will sort itself out.
Providing it is male.
Oh. Kutam Milunu Dizuamid. Welcome one and all to the only place in this dimension of diminutive diagnosticians less suitable to suture a suite of slashing lacerations than the gloop-grimed ground of a goblin gorehole. That we all call Mirrorgleam. Yes, we're back in what will be the new hospital, just as soon as we get the walls up and the doctoring paraphernalia in. You know, beds and such. Those who paid attention last episode will not be wondering why there are holes dug in the floor. But so nobody assumes our dwarves have embraced a darkly pragmatic attitude towards the infirm, these shall be covered over by glass or bars to allow the sick to absorb some of the atmosphere from the bile burp bonbons below. I am actually unsure whether multi-level fraternization is a possibility, but I like the idea, and this is my dimension, so it's happening. Something that isn't happening in my dimension is the filling of our secondary reservoir. At least, it isn't happening at any rate beyond glacial. You see, aquifers exist by having individual blocks within a chunk layer acting as infinite spawn points for water on open tiles neighbouring all unaltered rock faces besides the top. By removing the block, we remove the very thing that was spawning the water and, in this case, uncover the dry floor of the non-aquifer blocks above. I realised my mistake almost immediately upon completing the second floor, but by definition it was of course far too late at that point. But there's no sense crying over unspilt groundwater. I have an idea for how we'll repair the situation, and we'll set the dwarves to it immediately. Moving on, with our stock of pigtails still low from last episode, I've decided it's time for us to brave the caverns once more. At least that was the motivation originally. Once I'd gathered the warriors and psyched myself up, the quick glance over the available cavern plants coming up bare of pigtail caused nothing more than a grunt of annoyance. We're here now and Arare is nowhere to be seen, so best to take industrial action immediately the ironing is completed. Opening the bridge, our warriors show their mettle by just about leading the charge. Then tell me, good people, where else could you get such riveting content outside of camping at a shipyard? They're gathering fungus, and at least one of our warriors is watching them do it. Why was I worried? I guess the troglodytes were dealt with by our friend Unu, who themselves disappeared into the dark so far never to return. Everything else was thagamized to beyond an inch of its life by Arare. Maybe we should look into walling off a good portion of the space out here so we can... Oh, there it is! Dragging itself around the western map edge, desperately trying to catch a giant cave toad so it can bleed all over it to death. Acting as a one-beast cleanup crew for cavern creatures has left it a little worse for wear, understandably. What say we go put it out of its misery? Go, our little warriors! Fear not a short life with a splatty end. To honour! To victory! 2 seconds, I've just dropped my pen. Ah, got it. No, they got it already. And Zalban Ultar Irtir has named the fateful weapon that landed the killing blow. Ilom Enten... Oh, why is she using a bronze spear? Well, it looks like it was pretty effective. A final blow to the head that chipped the skull and tore the brain. Yes, that'll do it. And here's Zalban. 1 kill, Arare Fish Hollows. I'd say that earns you a nickname. It took real guts to attack what was, for all intents and purposes, a dragon with a pointy bit of antiquated metal on a stick. So, guts is what we shall call you. Good work! We're following Mathol... Wheels face? No, I shouldn't laugh. Because he's gone into a strange mood. Mathol is a one-time novice but a prolific dabbler, and as such his jumping for the Crafts Dwarf workshop doesn't fill me with surprise. Whatever he makes, it won't fix his standing with his fellow dwarves, however. Oh, it's nothing he's done, more an unfortunate twist of fate. See, his mother was a Canyon Humour debutante, short, hairy, smell like a sack full of pennies to the face. All a dwarven lad could wish for. His father was the first son of a lord, also short and hairy, but fated one day to own all that the light didn't touch. Mines, you see. And after they wed, as is right and proper, Mathol popped out of the ground in the paws of the baby delivery mole. Sadly, he'd taken one too many rocks to the face on the way up. It looked like he'd been run over by a cart, so the name stuck. Let's give him a minute and see what he can do. And he has created Avan Zimkel, the lyric of plains, and that's plains like grasslands. As far as I'm aware, no dwarves have engaged in aeronautics quite yet. And it's just a nice limonite mug. Worth rather a lot considering what it is, but not adorned with anything we can get excited about. Unless tetrahedrons get your blood pumping. It's a mug. He's decorated it with silver, pig iron and fortification agates. He's offered it to us. I wish I could say it won't just lie in the workshop gathering dust, but I know my dwarves and I know myself. Thank you, Mathol, you ugly, ugly dwarf. Here, Phlegm, I just realised something. Yes? When me and Graham moved in, you said we couldn't bring any pets. Well, not quite. I had to send Mr. Thumbs to go live with my sister, and she's allergic to comedy sound effects, so she didn't half make a big fuss about it. Well, but the second Graham wants a pet, it's all, oh, absolutely dootly Gainsborough. Admit it, you just like him more than me, don't you? 3 things. No. Firstly, what I said was no pets that can mimic me perfectly and are able to read credit card details. Well, secondly, we tricked poor Gainsborough into baby bird bonding with what we thought would be his biggest nightmare. And it backfired. And third, yes, I do like him more. Oh look, it's Batwoman. Sorry, a Batwoman. My me, can you imagine? What a stupid superhero name. Oh, and she's dead. Struck down in her prime when she had so many criminal moths left to eat. The denizens of the caverns will have to find new ways to contract rabies and get squeaked on. Oh damn, we're following this giant cave toad who will swiftly splat after he gained the name of Spine Pit for murdering one of our dwarves. And it's Erdim Blunt Paint, a name you may recognise as we watched him pick some bilberries once. Such a shame for one blessed with such eminent reputation. And how precisely did he die to a giant cave toad? Well, I fear he's earned himself a fairly prominent reputation there too. After a short period of back and forth biting, where Erdim actually puts in a good showing, Spine Pit finally latched to the poor dwarf's right cheek and shook him around until his face came off. Soon after that, he croaked. Then Erdim died. And we welcome Melville to the fortress once more. I mean, there's stealing yourself, and then there's farting around on the map edge, making the place look untidy. Melville? I'll get back to you when she stops counting snowflakes or whatever it is she thinks she's doing. Well, it only took 4 in-dimension days and she's beaten her crippling fear of not being a complete numpty. Now she's for the obligatory chase Yorist around the fortress game, and what say we just skip to the trade requests? Nothing out of the ordinary. We'll take logs, and Canyon Humor wants anvils and ammunition. Seeing as Yorist is building himself a nest out of the thousands of bone bolts he's mandated, I don't see us being able to help. Mind yourself on the way out, Melville. Need you sane for next year. Moving on, we're back above the second layer of the secondary reservoir. Here you can see the modifications we made to increase water flow, and just look at that puppy fill now. And this is after it having stalled a little upon reaching the second floor. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that even without the second floor being filled, we now have enough water-spawnable rock faces that, should we just let the pump start up, the flow will prove equal to its task. Nothing saying we must rush ourselves in this endeavour, though. Still a handful of tasks to complete before the water must be unleashed. Dealing with dwarves going into strange moods was not one of those tasks planned, but I can't be too annoyed as it's Einod Armour Inks. Our manager, one of our original 7 dwarves and the only reason anything ever gets done around here. She's a master weaver and an adept spinner, but she's picked a stoneworker's workshop to claim, and so I have extra reason to be less disappointed than usual.
Einod, I know you can't hear me, but you can feel the eldritch echo of my words in your bones. Don't mess this up. Continue being the owner of the fort's single brain cell and utilize its overtaxed power to generate an artifact of great value, or failing that, at least great cultural significance. All eyes are on you, little miner.
Then she's created a burble dethalum nosing. Romantic growths, the worthy stone of brushing. Well, either my almighty influence has reduced her will to mush, or she took more brain damage from falling down the big circle than we thought. It's a limestone coffin, worth about half what the limonite mug was, and it's got artwork on it relating to the foundation of Eldersrax in the year 1. Eldersrax being a fort of little note close to canyon humour. She's offered it to Mirrorgleam, so I guess we can use it to make Yorist happier about his tomb at least. Good me.
Sandwich, come to Daddy.
Gainsborough?
Hello, Mr. Crevice.
Yes, hello. Look, I had to ask, why did you name your ostrich Sandwich?
Oh, it's short for Sandy.
No, it isn't.
'Cause they put their heads in the sand.
Well, actually...
No, we ain't got no sand round here, so I had to dig him a sand pit behind the shed.
Isn't my vegetable patch behind the shed?
No, it isn't.
What are you doing anyway?
Well, we were playing hide and seek, but I forgot which one I was doing.
So you've lost it?
Not my fault. He's very good at hide and seek. Or I am.
Where's Snodford?
I saw him go through your dimension portal, dragging a huge wriggling sack.
Oh. Oh dear. And it's another strange mood. This time it's Atia Galley Stockade, and he's off to claim a crafts dwarf workshop. No obvious skills to speak of, and so we shall just wait to see what he makes. While we wait, I thought it'd be a good idea to show you all the nice little bubble of safety I've got our dwarves to carve out of the caverns whilst we've been without a beast. Now, yes, it's got a little bit of Erdim's face splattered all over it, but it'll still allow for wild mushroom trees and the odd cavern flora to be picked. Every day we get a little closer to complete self-reliance, and wouldn't that just be a wonderful thing? Still no news from Atia, so let's move on to the area above the big circle, where we can see our dwarves adding floors to flatten off a central section. They're doing this to create the platform that will house the temple I had always planned to put on the top of the Mirror of Destiny. A temple to yours truly, Phlegm Crevice, true creator deity of the dimension of destiny. Now, it's true they're adding a touch more vomit to the foundations than I had planned. But what the snow doesn't cover, the dwarves will mop away, and before long, all in this world who travel through the frozen wastes to the polar butthole of the world will know of my existence and tremble. Because it's cold here. And Atia is done. Amug tinoth ilir tizot. Foggy equal the joyous shanks. And it's another bloody limonite mug. Though it's worth almost double the first and has much cultural significance moulded into the adornments. Firstly is the dedication to Olon Praise Rim, whom we've seen dedicated on a veil made by Law before. We can only assume she was particularly short and or hairy. A depiction of a desert lime tree made of apple wood, clearly an attempt to make a picture fruit salad, and finally an image of Degel Ragvise, who was our queen in the second year, presumably after our first monarch died in the act of kicking over the elves' nests. It's another good mug, but still just a mug, and so shall be promptly forgotten about and left to rot here or in the pile of nonsense at the tail of the turtle. Now take a look at this Gorlak. Poor fellow must have made his way in whilst we were beast-proofing our new slice of cavern, and bolted for the cage traps that we made years ago to capture mountain gnomes, which have just so happened to finally complete the work we set out for them all that time ago. Our Gorlak friend is now sharing a space with two of the grog-guzzling, grandpa-guised, giggling goat warriors. And we've at least two more over here. Now, what I want to do is to force them into tiny suits and have them act as fort butlers. But although they're sentient, they speak an unintelligible gibberish that's worse than kobold. So they're untamable, unsellable, unreleasable, and live to over 100. Oh, hold that thought. Nish Gate Dust has gone into a strange mood. Again, no skills to talk of, and she's claimed a stoneworker's workshop, so who knows what she's planning. I would ignore these things completely, but they'll just be that one that creates a steel battle axe of ultimate power, and sod's law that'll be the one I miss. Anyway, back to the gnomes. Atop the Mirror of Destiny are 4 outcroppings that I had always planned to place mighty statues to myself on. What could be better than this? Why, long-lived sacrifices to my awesome godliness, being walled into the bases to perhaps be unearthed a century from now to tell of my greatness. So yes, we're going to be placing the caged gnomes in these rooms and sealing them up before moving to build the statues atop them. And don't worry, caged creatures don't need food or drink or sleep, maybe. Anyway, they'll be fine. Just got to remember to set an alarm for 100 years from now. Where's my diary? I'll just remember it. And Nish has created Gaikat Uthia, Dabbler Seared. It's a limestone ring, claimed as an heirloom in the name of her family ancestor Lorbam Clasped-Rinsed, who is one of our other newer fort denizens. It has a picture on it of Yorist making a llama wool cloth and an image of Carol Tombsrained, who was our outpost liaison for a year just before Melville and Melville. What it isn't is a steel battle axe of ultimate power. And with that we must part ways again for another fortnight. Oh, just quickly though, you can see how slowly the second layer of the reservoir fills. Bloody evaporation. When will we see condensation, Mr. Adams? That's what I'd like to know. Invalidating my dang water cycle. Where was I? Oh yes, goodbye. I have been working on a new style of video in between episodes, one that involves a lot more editing work than I think I was prepared for, so watch out for that in a few months. But otherwise, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I shall see you again next time.
Anus Eshon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus
Eshon.
He's gonna be much happier on a farm, Graham.
I know. And thank you for giving me his goodbye note.
No worries. I have no words. Where did I put that paintbrush?
Morning, Mr. Crevice.
Ah, good morning, Gainsborough. A bit early for you, isn't it?
Technically, it's a bit late. I haven't been to sleep yet.
Really? Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just had to do some painting.
Painting what?
No, I'm blind!
Everything.
What do you mean, everything? Did you ruin my hallway?
Oh, no, just our room.
Somebody help!
I used the super black paint.
No!
3 coats.
Why is it sticky?
It's darker than the inside of a dog in there now.
Oh dear. Must have knocked himself out. The torrent of unutterable mental curses has abated.
Poor little guy.
Going to tell me what that was all about?
Later, I need to get some kip. Mind if I use your bed?
That's fine. Just brush the gravel out when you're done. Kutam ilunu dizu mead. Welcome one and all to the frostiest throne of frozen throw-up, free of thrips for freezing threatens, the fractal threaded frabjous thraldom that we all call Mirrorgleam. And here you can see the soon-to-be level above the ground level 1 if you would, or 2 if you wouldn't, of our burgeoning temple to all things perfect and godlike, namely, me. Yes, our dwarves don't know what it's all for, of course. Probably under the illusion that this will be for Avars the Spangly, or whatever their name is. But we know the truth. This shan't be the highest the temple goes. I plan to add another level with a roof above, you see. All in the name of properly preparing the temple floor to house the observance of Phlegm. A small religious ritual of little note to thank myself for all this hard work I've been doing. There's even going to be a feast. Before all that, there's a lot of work still to be done, and none of that involves this little room I've had set up as a side project. This well-furnished room with instruments and ample space for activities shall be the new home of that Gorlak we caught last episode. Yes, no frozen mountain tomb for this beautifully headed yellow fellow. Oh, and there he is now, dropped into his new home from a hole carved out of the rock above. And he's happily bouncing around the room, joyous in the face of his new freedom. We should think about giving him a name now that he's... Where's he gone? Oh, damn, we left the hole open above and nobody locked the snot-damn door. Ah, here he is. Quick, somebody grab him and stuff him back into his hole. Anybody? Oh my, is he going to liberate the gnomes? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, come on, he's going to get away! Well, how's that? Couldn't have said no louder if he'd tried. Hello, Melbill. This is actually getting a little concerning. Oh, no, here she comes. Now, we're going to skip over trade requests. We're not asking for anything different to the norm, and honestly, who cares what Canyon Humor wants? More important is what happens after. Yes, what we're seeing here is a clearly unhappily married dwarf feeling multiple pleasures near fine, her word, statues. These are all statues to and of Yorist, remember.
Again, this is not paused. At best, our assumption must be that she has grown an avid appreciation of artwork. At worst, we must be glad these sprites aren't animated. And the second some dwarves walk past, she dives out from between the statues, whistling, "Oh, Melville." Yes, this is rather a busy area, perhaps... No, you stare at that wall, then. Again, not paused. Yes, kick her out, Yorist. The horse I made from Gainsborough's description, beast or arak stag shill o thash mebzath, bloody mouthful, has come. And this has been exactly what I've been waiting for. With this beast we can... What? It's dead? Oh damn, this can only mean one thing. I haven't updated to 51.11 yet. And from one disappointment to another, Abad Shot-Edged has gone into a strange mood. Now, he's one of our better miners, and as such, obviously a very integral part of the fortress, but that doesn't mean we're interested in the pigtail sock he wants to spend a fortnight making. Ha. Sorry, just realised the parallels to myself there. Please continue to enjoy my sock. No, not like that, honestly. Though do subscribe if you haven't. I can sacrifice my sock's purity for that. What on my dimension of destiny am I talking about? Anyway, Aban. He's claimed a stoneworker's workshop, so no sock. But we'll see what he comes up with. Like and comment too. And he has created Ilash Eth Besh, League Cackled. It's a limestone grate, that thing that you use to allow water to flow into an area but not dwarf. The interesting thing about this one is that it has upon it an image of the narrow sky, a chalk bracelet, though Abans used sheep bone, which was an artifact made by a toddler in our old fortress of Hammerlock. A fortress almost as far from Mirrorgleam as it is possible to be without leaving the dimension, controlled by a different government and ruled by a different monarch. I guess he heard about it through Dwarven osmosis. Anyway, it's worth a quarter of what the toddler teething ring was and can be utilised in no way I can fathom at the moment. Dump it on the pile of unused mugs. Awfully quiet today after...
Oh, thank you. It's you, Phlegm.
Spoke too soon. Hello, Snotford.
You gotta help me. He's gone insane.
Yes, the economic policy alone shows that.
What? I'm talking about Graham.
Oh, Gainsborough, I see.
Who are you talking about?
No, best we not get political. What has he done now, then? Chasing you around the halls in a gingham dress holding a penguin?
What? No, he's been pulling what he calls impractical jokes on me.
Impractical?
Yeah, I wanted to clean the paint off from this morning, but he'd welded all the bathrooms shut. So I went to the pond, and he nearly flattened me with a piano he'd perched precariously on the roof.
He welded the bathroom
I came
shut?
this close to being grat in the crazy paving.
But how did he weld wood?
Then when I came back to get dressed after washing, I found he'd unpaired all me socks and swapped off with hand-carved marble simulacrums.
Why are you wearing the stone ones?
'Cause they're actually very comfy. But that's not the point. He's lost it. What are we going to do?
Well, if you want my advice...
Yeah?
You'll need to go up a size in shoes and get yourself a very sturdy umbrella. Now, we're down in the caverns at the airlock to our safe little courtyard, and the reason we're here is to wait for our 5 dwarven warriors to stack up, as it were. Ah, here they are. Right, time to unlock the doors and release the golden locks. And immediately the bat blood begins to flow.
All that moving liquid has brought our frames down to a crawl and my trepidation to a new high. And, as I worried, here are all the hidden flappy squeakers. 20 or so of them, that we can see so far anyway. These are the murderers of what would have been Mirrorgleam's Watcher in the Deep. For yes, that is our plan. For that tree of a plan to bear fruit, we needs must clear this chiropteric menace. The locks are on their way, and yes, battle has commenced. Come on, dwarves, ignore their shrieking sounds. Oh, some more bats, and I think they're clear. Yes, good work, golden locks. Is what I would say if there weren't more. You can rest when you're dead, dwarves. Up and at 'em. Nothing yet? Ha-ha! Yes! Slaughter them to the last! I think I might be getting a little too into this. But that's okay, because we've another pocket of winged ratmen to clear. For Mirrorgleam! Mostly done now. 2 left, one of them being here, and squashed. The other being our rot-handed, stumpy little Batwoman that we noted last episode. Still yick, but she's harmless. Harmless. And with that, let's call the golden locks back to the safety of the Cavern courtyard and call it done. And with 0 injuries. Good work, me! So, we're floating now above the temple/tavern combo where I've ordered our dwarves to burrows, because tempers are a little bit frayed. Something about murdering 40 or so sentient beings with families, wants and dreams has them all being a little down. So, time to bring back the time-honoured tradition of a winter holiday. Except this is Mirrorgleam, so... Mirror Day? No, don't want them thinking on reflection. The winter gleaming. Yes, that's perfect. Now, they will of course be restricted to drinking, eating, singing and conversing during this time, with access to none of their own personal belongings or satisfaction-bringing jobs and chores. So, how long the winter gleaming lasts will depend entirely on how long I think being drunk is beneficial rather than problematic. But for now, they can boogie on down. This is dull. I'll bring you back when they're done. Well, no sooner had I released them than Zuglar Revered Gem went into a strange mood. Honestly, with this high-octane action, is it any wonder this series is dying on its ass? No, stay positive, Flemothy. Zuglar is a competent weaver and has claimed a clothier's workshop. At this point, I would relish a single sock artifact, because the idea of making somebody wear mismatched socks does at least bring forth a small stirring of mirth. We'll come back to her when she's done. For now, I wanted to show you the completed temple. Here she is, still filled with snow, because I guess dwarves don't actually do anything about it, unlike mud and vomit. 2 floors and a roof, with a central pillar to keep everything below that considered subterranean for when we open up the ritual floor for a view of our future watcher in the deep. All making sense now? And you'll note the statues, all made to my specific specifications. Good, no? And we've added multiple copies of them over the now completely entombed gnomes. It's all coming together so wonderfully. And Zuglar has created Erith, Kalan, Nebel, Etur. Throat trail the admired boulders. Straight and to the point, Zuglar. Admirable, I suppose. It is a raunchy silk shirt embroidered with the images of 2 of the most well-known admiration-worthy dwarves of Lore Hollow Anvils and Cadol Tombs reigned.
Its name alludes to this, as the throat, being normally covered by beard in Dwarven society, is an area of the body most synonymous with eroticism. Trailing down from that gets you to the admired boulders, which is as subtle as a brick sandwich and requires no further explanation from me. Dwarven physiology matching that of most other mammals in this regard. Snodford informs me there is quite the plethora of literary material on such things available in most corner shops, so do forgive me for not providing illustrations in this case. And to you, Zuglar, maybe speak to Melville, if you haven't already. Ah, Gainsborough, there you are. Sleep well?
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Crevice.
Oh!
Oh, sounds like Snodford has found the hedgehogs I glued into his flat cap.
Oh, Gainsborough.
Don't worry, it's water soluble. Washes right off.
Oh, that's all right then, I think. Look, I have to know, why are you doing all of this?
Payback. I know all about sandwich. Leaving the egg where I could find it, hoping I would be scared. Then getting rid of him and hoping I'd believe that ridiculous goodbye note.
Ah, I see.
Like I wouldn't recognise it weren't his handwriting.
Okay. But anyway, I feel I should let you know it wasn't all Snod's doing. I did my part by letting him play silly buggers in the first place.
Well, I know.
What?
I would suggest you invest in some stilts before entering your bedroom.
What have you done?
Or stronger boots.
And we're back in the caverns. Just a secondary excursion to ensure we've cleared every corner of the Batman menace. My frames have still yet to bounce back fully, and if we want a watcher in the deep, then I don't want it getting splatted before we can funnel it into a trap of our own. And so we search, finding a peaceful Gorlak and leaving it be, saving a puppy from a quick death at the hands? Tail? Teeth of a helmet snake to allow it to gurgle into the black abyss surrounded by the entrails of said snake, before searching the western side of the caverns and discovering another group of invaders hanging around, upside down of course. In the ensuing battle, Sarvesh named his battle axe. Then, after confirming the Batmen were finally eradicated, we killed a giant cave toad and called it done. Again. And not too soon, as the goodest boy that ever did get made of water, Beast Millemma, has come. And our dwarves are still down in the cavern somewhere. This could possibly be the least good thing that could happen at this time. Yes, it's only water, but I happen to know that this water is in fact laced with a powerful acid that pours forth as a vapour if Millemma is ever injured. Tell me I can't have an emotional support walrus. See how you like your eyes being melted. And it's headed straight for our door and... Oh. Must get somebody down to sand the points off our door handles. After the vapour subsides. And now Erdim Lanternblot has gone into a strange mood. He's claimed the leatherworker's workshop, as you can see, and though he's an adequate tanner, knowing how to make leather doesn't mean you know how to use it. Erdim, if you make a single shoe, I might just love it more than the idea of a single artifact sock. Do us proud. While we wait, I thought it would be fun to show you this mushroom tree full of crundles I found down in the second cavern layer. At least, I think it's the second. I could find out, but it doesn't really matter. We're down here mainly to allow extra deep beasts access to the fortress, and we're stymied somewhat by this lair being jagged waterways with little to no dry land. Flappy beasts need not apply, so most probably I'll be covering this hole back up, but at least we got to see the Crundle tree, which is now dragging my FPS down further with scrambling Crundle nonsense. And Erdim has made Ich list to sung, whisper conjured. A sheep leather vest that I have a sneaking suspicion was a response to Zuglar's silk shirt. Here's an image of 2 smooth pebbles, a steel beast, and some generic dwarves. Be thankful this time that the description doesn't go so far as to describe the positioning. Look, I'm all for a healthy attitude towards the heady subject of dwarven relations. Whatever you do in your little holes is up to you. But if we could just keep the artifacts PG-13, I would be so very grateful. And stop sniggering, they're dwarves, of course their holes are little. The holes they live in, good me! And that's going to be it for another fortnight. Oh, what's this? The Hall of Flutes wants a guild hall. Damn, got to remember this for next time now. Yes, fine. Where was I? Oh yes, goodbye. It's been an incredibly busy one this episode. 2 beasts, countless Batmen, and Mirrorgleam going strong behind it all. We are very nearly there. Next episode could be our last, beast willing, and I just wanted to take the time to thank you all that have kept up with it. If you know anybody you think will also get a kick out of our weird brand of nonsense, don't hesitate to make their existence that bit stranger by introducing us. Join the Discord if you'd like to chat, hit the Patreon if you want videos early and ad-free, and I shall see you all again next time. Anus Eshon, you most wonderful of individuals.
Anus Eshon.
I shall not repeat my heinous act. How many is that? 372. This is a weird punishment. He filled my bedroom with molten lava.
I'm sorry.
Just write your damn lines. Kutam ilunu dizu mead. Welcome one and all to the last stop on our cosmic bus ride of secrecy, with previous stops at subterfuge, smokescreen, sleight of hand, and sneakiness. The depot of wool removal that we all call Mirrorgleam. And I can hear you all stop shouting, "Where are Snod and Graham?" All except you, David. Picking your nose is such a dirty habit. Well, they're not here. I sent them out to run errands so they wouldn't get in the way of what will be, finally, the perfect end to a perfect fortress. You see, I have been lying to you all. I apologize for the deception, but I promise you it was for a good reason, which we'll outline in a moment, because first I needs must welcome a new, especially wonderful individual to the Patreon. Justin Hewlett. Now, we must, of course, all be very thankful to Justin for their patronage, but not just that, as they've brought to light a slight misstep on my part. That of not having my artwork featured anywhere for easy perusal. As of time of writing, John's wife is most of the way done digging through the pile, and we should soon have everything all up in marvellous glory over on the Patreon. So if you'd like to join Justin, Matt, Iron Guide, Tom Bones and Cornerstone in their easy access to my insane scribblings, go take a look. Link in the description below. Now, despite what I just said about revealing everything, last episode we left just as our dwarves requested a guild hall, and I'd feel remiss if I didn't just show that we repurposed the Gorlak house into said guild hall. Well, we had the space available, and after today there aren't going to be any reasons to keep anybody comfortable or happy. The dwarves have named the space the Laborious Laces, a decision you may understand a little better later, but I shall be naming it the Calm Before the Storm. Let's get into it. We shall begin at the worst of the lies, the being styling itself Melville Stockade Trust. You'll remember we noted Melville had a miraculous change of appearance a few years back? Yes, well, there's a reason for that. Well, just take a look for yourself. This leathery mess is getting guffier every year. And it's shrinking. Hello, doggy. Hello, doggy. Down the hatch. Nice legs. Bite me. Where are you, Yorist? Don't touch me. Just
come to that.
Go this way. Bloody animal. Get off. Not here. Do you like that? Dirty sod. You love it. Oh, yes.
Hello, my sweet winter blossom.
Hee, Yorist. You charmer. Your beauty astounds me. Oh, the way the shadows scatter over your skin folds. Oh. The subtle fluttering of your second set of eyelids. Oh, Yorist. And the delicate curls of beard hair poking from your sensually gaping mouth. Yes, probably enough of that. So, yes. Sometime in the 42nd year, Melville was waylaid, skinned, and worn like a grisly poncho by this dwarf, Bomrek Bristlerasped, for reasons unknown. I mean, clearly it's to fraternize annually with our count, but I'll be blown if I can see what he gets out of such a long stretch. Probably a bad word to use there. Between meats. I've had to keep this quiet for 14 bloody years. On a positive note, with Mirrorgleam soon to end, I have now been able to see to it that Bomrek trips on his way over the mountain, tumbles to an injured heap, and is thus unable to fend off the sexual advances of a confused troop of mountain gibbonmen. It's honestly probably how he'd want to go. The original tall glass of water beast, Nuchox, has come. And yes, I avoided the obvious chance to pronounce it Nutsocks, but given what the rest of this episode is looking to be like, I see it as more of a blessing than a waste. Plus, as you probably expect, given it's a beast made of water, it doesn't last long. While it runs around the caverns, we can take this time to add a little explanation. A truth dump, if you will, and honesty diarrhea, if you won't. So, as you saw with Not Melville, this is a fortress of vagabonds. The seedy, the psychotic, the wicked, the cruel, and the unusual. Our original 7, the Milkmen and the Lawful, as I styled them? Well, the Lawful were, I'm afraid, just hiding their depravities a little deeper. Moses Inkglide, or as most know him, Chuckleduck, was a necessary evil to all those in the poorer burrows of canyon humour. As the only doctor willing to work for turnips, he became something of a vegetable baron, and the power went to his head. Before we shipped him off to Mirrorgleam, he'd started taking far too much enjoyment in what he called the squealers. Sick little snod that he is. Oh, and there goes Nuchox. I was hoping it would meet its end at the warty fist of a cave toad, but no such luck. I guess we need to go Batman hunting again. Where's my vibrant green bodysuit and matching bowler hat? So, here you see them, the golden locks and the wings of crystal, which, as you probably guessed, is a reference to drugs. Frozen dwarven milk, if you must know, also known as glacier mints, CE, not TS, white ice, and, for some reason, Gavin the Happy Dragon. While we watch them amble aimlessly around the caverns looking for a horde of cavern dwellers that turns out to be just that single Batwoman, I'll get back to the chilling backstory of our lawful three. Asked Handlebold. You'll remember I told you he had interesting reasons for wanting to come to Mirrorgleam? He's a snowflake collector. He heard somewhere that every snowflake is unique and decided to test the theory by coming to the Mirror of Destiny. He has a lot of experience with collecting things. Coins, paintings, insects. Big on collections, just nobody told him you couldn't sellotape a snowflake to the inside page of a repurposed entomology album and expect it to still be there when you go back to it. The conclusory creation of a character known as that bloody buggering snowflake sneak thief led to the opening of an afore unnoted cavern of murderous rage, so far directed at shadows in the corridors. These episodes have been termed flying bold off the handle by the other dwarves in an unusual example of wit and eloquence. And finally, Shem Oak Fountain. This one, at least, is incredibly simple to explain. He really did think Yorist was a bard of high renown and really does hope to emulate his success in the future. Yes, even now Yorist is playing Count for Mirrorgleam. You see, when I was creating the dwarves at Dimension Dawn, a fly flew up my nose, and in the panic I accidentally replaced Shem's entire ancestry and posterity's brains with a PNG of a dachshund wearing a cowboy hat. Removing the PNG causes the whole dimension to crash to Altertop, and so when he wanted to come along, I said Snodded. Talking of Snodded, the uncomfortable web hole I had to stare at for hours, so now you do too, beast. Teknu Galkadunga has come. And bad news, our dwarves are still out in the caverns, but good news, not this lair. Taknu, then, is the fruit of the tree of an idea I had for opening the caverns below to increase our odds of luring an auditioner for our Watcher in the Deep position. Bit of a disappointing one, given part of such a process will see me needing to meld with the creature body, mind, and soul. And I just had my soul dry cleaned. But beggars can't be choosers, and I am close to breaking point with these dwarfs, so needs must. Oh, and did you catch what it just did? Yes, Taknu appears to have undecorated the Crundle tree. Or redecorated it with webs and corpses, I suppose. What a foul thing to do. They weren't hurting you. Can't believe I need to touch tips with this horrific slice of sentient sludge. What? Souls are conical. And now we're watching Sarvesh Fated Lances, our surgeon, as he trots around in a foul mood, having a tantrum. No, not the axle arms, you little menace. He says he's trying to attend a meeting, but all he's actually doing is filling the halls with his grumpy stink and... did he just punch a war dog? Nasty little creature. Also, how weak are our dogs? There we go. Had your meeting now and calm down. He's haggard. Probably something to do with me not letting him kick puppies. I wish that was a joke. Now for a real joke. Millbill glory standards. Sacked from her last cooking position for substituting painted wood for plump helmets in all her roasts. Ever had splinters in your colon? Not fun. Millbill has gone into a strange mood. Now, luckily for the other dwarves, she's claimed a clothier's workshop, and so nobody will be eating what she makes. Or by me, I hope they won't be. Why isn't she collecting more things? Must have a need for something we don't have. Hang on. No, she's muttering Ustanust, which means the blameless breach, and is what she plans to name whatever it is she's making from the single sheep wool cloth she grabbed. Probably a hanky, knowing how bad a clothing maker she is. Let's have a listen in. Blameless breach, blameless breach. Can't blame me for needing. Messes everywhere. Communal spaces, communal solutions. Breach of hygiene. Blame my pelmets. Blameless breach. Oh, well, that clears it up. Obviously, she's been using her plum pelmets, actually made from mushroom tree wood, but she couldn't let go of the wordplay. In her cooking again, and dwarves have been complaining about illnesses. She blames it on the fact nobody in this place washes, and so she's making a communal face cloth. Which is disgusting and won't fix anything, but at least she's thinking. Let's come back to her when she's done. And she's created Ustanust, the blameless breach, a sheep wool sock. She's claimed it as a family heirloom, meaning she means to maintain ownership of it. But we know she also means it to be communal. It's a single sock, Millbill. Even one dwarf would struggle to utilize a single sock for anything beyond making a puppet or... Oh no! Oh no, Millbill, no! They're doing it in the kitchens? Oh me no, Yorist has it, you're a count, Yorist! This is disgusting! And none of you mentioned the fact I asked for this. I never expected... No, let's just move on. And we're back with Surgeon Sarvish, who is once again throwing a tantrum. There isn't much we can do at this point except watch him do it, but I have a sort of plan for him. Normally with haggard dwarves I would turn their chores off, get them in the tavern and let them train or pray or whatever it is they need most. But what I would like to do this time is see whether we might utilize Sarvish's bad mood to create something the Dimension of Destiny is sorely lacking. The undead! Oh damn, got into a fist fight with Saigon Moisenhelms. It seems the Weaver just took the pummeling without response, and so Sarvish gets to break out of his tantrum and go back to chores. Ha! Which would seem to include the surgery work now needed on Saigon. There, all better. Now, don't feel too bad for Saigon. Remember, Sarvish would be hard-pressed to throw a punch in Mirrorgleam and not hit someone deserving. Saigon is very much not exempt from this. Back in Canyon humor, Saigon ran a combination barbers and carpet business. Doesn't sound so bad until I tell you he ran it not unlike the demon barber of Fleet Street. He didn't kill anybody. Just shaved his dwarven customers bald as elven babies and dumped their beard hairs to his team of weavers below. His customers, discombobulated with cavern sickness, with their sensitive virginal chins in the light, would awake with a 5 o'clock shadow and no memory of the ordeal. He fled to Mirrorgleam after an old dwarf with a false beard went in for a short back and sides and didn't take well to having his elastic twanged. And Sarvish is having a tantrum again, and has beaten one of our war dogs. Sarvish, I said no! Anyway, you'll notice he's in the tavern now. He has access to food, beds in the dormitory to the north, and the temple, with its statues. As you probably guessed, I'm hoping that Sarvish will tantrum, kick over one of the statues, and get cursed by Avaz the Super Duper and create the Dimension of Destiny's first creature of the night. Now, this will completely mess up my plans for the end of the episode, but you can't pass up a chance like that. So, we'll leave him here for a little while, and providing he doesn't cause too much collateral damage, we'll just lightly nudge him closer and closer to being the monster he pretends he isn't inside. Well, it would appear tantrums are not the only thing being haggard can lead to. Sarvesh is now stumbling obliviously, which I must say is just barely discernibly different to what our dwarves normally do. We can't leave him like this. For one thing, he keeps wanting to attend meetings with Yorist to beg to be allowed to kick puppies, something Yorist has got very proficient at saying no to with quick efficiency, and having to unburrow and re-burrow him every 5 minutes is getting onerous. For another, he's still having tantrums, but they're just not resulting in toppled statues, and my me, is he punching dogs again? And he's killed one. Right, that just about does it. We don't have everything in place yet, but we can't leave him anymore. Join me at our temple to me! And here you can see it. A drawbridge above what is now a hole dug into the temple floor leading to, you guessed it,
The Big Circle!
Sarvesh is already in place on the bridge, and we're just waiting for our leading 7 dwarves to get here. As like with most things that involve trying to control dwarves with minute detail, we are being left waiting while they finish whatever inane task they... What on my dimension of destiny? Why's the sock in here? Who put it on a gold pedestal? Where did we get a gold pedestal from? No, forget this. I'm not floating my incorporeal form above that crotch-custard coated footcap for a minute longer. I'll never get the smell out. Somebody throw the lever. Anyone? My eyes are watering. Einod is coming to do it. No, a puppy! Managed to kick one more along with the bucket. And if you're under any illusions that this act might have bothered our expedition leading 7, Yorist has gone into a strange mood. So inspired was he by the murder of one of his fellow dwarves, our count has decided to take to the clothier's workshop and create an artifact. This will be the last artifact Mirrorgleam ever sees. As usual, we shall leave him to it and come back when he is done. And he has created Dogik Stakad, the Wad of Machines, a pigtail thong. Yes, the Wad of Machines is innuendo. No, I won't be breaking it down. It's safe to say if you don't get it, then you're probably too young to have it explained to you. It has an image of 2 dwarves on it. No, I will not describe what they are doing. And an image of Law Hollow Anvils. It would appear Yorist has cast his vote for sexiest lady dwarf, surrounded by dwarves. No, I will not describe what they are doing. Then he's added a diamond in sheep bone and an image of a backpack in tin, which is not in fact an image and is instead a small tin pouch for coins of small denominations. Yes, he has created a stripper's thong. I told you these dwarves are all deviants. Do not worry, we shall be dealing with them now. We're down in the caverns, level with our walled-off little courtyard. Just to the north of it you will see something you may have spotted glimpses of in older episodes. This winding corridor with bridges at either end. We have been prepared for the current eventuality for quite a while now, and Taknu has finally afforded us the opportunity we have been waiting for.
To capture a beast!
Now, I wish I had been able to record the capture. It was incredibly nail-biting, what with Einod deciding to wander down into the trap before Techno arrived, but the end result is the same. We now have our Watcher in the deep. On top of that, we have our secondary reservoir full, or as near as to not matter. So, all we need is for somebody to come over here and pull the lever, and we can watch the water begin to flow. Now, as you may not have known, forgotten beasts, as the game styles them, are all amphibious, and as such, as the water level increases, Techno shan't struggle, but will simply lurk in the dark waters, waiting. Oh look, we even managed to spawn a blind cavefish. How interesting. Ignore the ice wall, slight glitch with what's considered subterranean again. I'll fix it, no worries. What this really means is that we're finally ready to end Mirrorgleam. And in true Dwarf Fortress fashion, along comes an enormous emaciated crab beast that would have been absolutely perfect to act as our reservoir's deadly denizen, just as we finish getting Kermit the Frog's meth-addicted cousin in place. Sorry, Domora, better luck next time. And now, for the end. You shall have to forgive me. I have already melded with Techno below and preparing it, whilst also willing our dwarves to the surface is difficult. Like trying to balance an egg on the smell of the colour yellow. They left the sock. Just focus in and hold my nose now. And as we wait for the dwarves, I can now reveal that these fetid few, these horrible homunculi, these downright dastardly dwarves shall all be sacrificed to Techno, and through it, to me. Recycling these failed experiments and rejuvenating me. They deserve it, for all being dirty little snods. No, this is hard. No, steel yourself, Phlegm. Somebody pull the lever. Let the sacrifice begin.
Stop!
Snodford?
Don't do it, Phlegm. It'll ruin your branding.
What?
Did he do it?
No, I think we got here just in time.
Oh, thank him.
What are you two doing here? I sent you out because I knew you wouldn't have the bottle to.
It's not about bottle. It's about business acumen.
What?
Do you really want to be known as the content creator what ate his own dwarves?
Well, technically it's Techno that...
Think of the optics.
Optics?
Think of the lost revenue.
The t-shirt sales.
What?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Besides, you know the only reason you didn't want us here is that you were dreading doing it and having witnesses makes it order.
Well, obviously, but I'm hungry.
Oh, well, we could take you out to a cafe.
Yeah, treat you to a nice cup.
Go on.
Oh, all right then. But I'm still done with Mirrorgleam.
Fair enough. Here, John, you good to finish up?
Yes.
Good man. Very attractive too. Let's go.
I had biscuits in the kitchen, but I didn't want to get up. No, I get it. Hello everyone, John here. To anybody new to Crumpet Sounds, I am the man behind the voices and the gameplay and the pictures and... yeah. I thought I'd just wrap everything up, answer some possible questions and such, while you lot watch me inexpertly navigate Mirrorgleam in Stone Sense, which is an isometric view creator you access through DF Hack. I had to fix the weird subterranean water glitch thing anyway, so I figured I may as well take a look while it's installed. So, Mirrorgleam. To be completely transparent, don't feel like it's my best work. I started the series with the hope of making something cozy and found it a little too bland. By the time I let myself tack away from the plan a little, I had my real world life turned upside down and had to battle the old horrors of depression and anxiety. It was everything I could do just to stick to my release schedule. But that time is done. The battle fought, the war won, and I am finally out the other side. Surrounded by a newly repaired family and all you most wonderful individuals. Crumpet Sounds is ready to move on, and to all those who miss my more chaotic fortresses and bonkers episodes, I plan to return to that madness, as this episode definitely shows. If you got to the end here, remember to give the video a like, comment what you'd like to see from the channel in the future, and subscribe if you haven't. As Phlegm would say, Anus Ashon, you most wonderful of individuals. Anus Ashon. Banned from another cat. Yeah, at least he waited until I got my cream cake before he ate all the cups.
It's not my fault. They shouldn't put all that wiggly blue stuff on 'em. It's like flavour palooza.
It's cobalt oxide.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's allergic. Gives him the Kenters. What? No, worse than the trots. You're disgusting.